It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a no more. Connect. See we just we was just
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Welcome back into On the Pulse live here in London, England. Tour stop number 1 for season number 2 here at Drumsheds. I am Derek Forrest from left to right. Annie Thorisdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. And this is the moment we've been waiting for, the final workout of the weekend. I always love the sprint to the finish line. We're going to see that today. I'm sure you're looking forward to it. You actually did the workout on social media, so.
Yeah, this is definitely my favorite. I want to jump on the floor and do this workout with the girls. I just can't believe we're already on the final day, the final event. I feel like the weekend has just blown by us and saving. It's hard to say the most exciting because we've had a lot of exciting events, but for me, the most exciting event to the last.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the athletes have left in the tank, because at this point they have done so much work. I mean, it was yesterday that they just maxed out their deadlift, and they've just over the weekend accumulated so much on their grip, and this one is going to be super grippy. It's really going to come down to who wants it the most.
Yeah, exactly. Who wants it the most? I think just like we have, the athletes will know what they need to do and where they need to place in order to finish, wherever they want to finish on that leaderboard. So high stakes, high pressure, and still 100 points on the line. And like you said, Derek, we're going to break this down in just a second. The nature of this workout is going to be so exciting to watch.
Certainly. Let's take a look at the rest of the schedule. We're about to see the individuals take on London Pro 6, but also don't forget we've got the award ceremony. We're going to crown our podium winners and our Tour Stop 1 champion here in London as well. So we're going to have you covered for the rest of the day. But let's start to look at workout 6, because this is going to be a quick one. We've got a short time cap, but we expect these athletes to finish even quicker. So let's take a look at London Pro 6.
London Pro 6 is presented by WIT. London Pro 6 is 3 rounds for time of 25 power snatches with a 75 or 55 pound barbell, and 9 meters of overhead walking lunges with the same weight. There is a 7-minute time cap for London Pro 6. Following the last section of lunges, athletes will set the bar down and cross the finish line.
All right, so that is the workout. Let's break it down a little bit, if you will. This is going to be a pretty quick one. We're going to see some different techniques, but what are we going to be watching during this one?
Well, some different techniques. I think we're going to see a lot of muscle snatches, especially from the get-go. I think we're going to see people almost like pulling down the barbell to have a quicker cycle speed. Quick transition for the lunges. And then I think gradually we'll see more and more power, so meaning dropping a little bit more and more underneath that bar. I do think that obviously if you start slowing down a lot, you might want to drop the bar and reset and go. But ultimately, you want to make sure that you have fast reps and preferably everything unbroken. It is a sprint.
Yeah, and then going off the back of fast reps and unbroken, clean reps as well, because I think at the top end of these heats, no reps are going to be costly. We've seen it in that last workout, and even just, elbows not quite extended at the top, just little mistakes that happen when it's under pressure, under fatigue, and also trying to move really, really fast. I think it's really going to come down to that. And, it could be one rep that stops these athletes either moving onto the podium or, for the challenges, taking that first place spot, moving into the rest of the season. So great programming.
Yeah, just looking at Spike's demo just there. That barbell was moving relatively slowly. It's not going to be like that when it's on the floor. I think for people watching at home, you're going to see the weight of that barbell and see that it's quite light for what you probably typically see at high-level fitness competitions. It's the equivalent to that red kettlebell for men and the green kettlebell for ladies, 32 kg, 24. That's the way you can kind of think about it. And if you've ever swung that kettlebell, you can kind of hang on and always kind of get another rep out. So what you were saying, Pip, how badly do you want it? There's probably not going to be too many people who are properly limited by the load, but it's going to be intensity that's going to dictate whether they can hold on to it or not. And just the layout of this workout as a spectator, you're going to see these athletes continually moving down the floor. So it's going to be a nail-biting finish.
You guys mentioned barbell cycle rate and it being a grippy workout. We also have the lunge to the finish line there as well. Is that going to be a factor? Will we see anybody drop the bar or fail on the lunge? Do you expect any of that?
I don't expect anyone to fail on the lunges, but I expect that we might see a few different techniques on the lunges, because that's a place where you might be able to try to think about resting your grip or your shoulders if they're starting to be fatigued. Like, instead of being in that wide grip, maybe jumping your arms in and having a little bit more narrower, just trying to find a way to limit the muscle fatigue.
Yeah, I also think, just to finish us off, we've also got to remember this is the final workout of 3 days. And Pip, you mentioned it, what these athletes have already gone through is going to take its toll. But when we actually think about the movements as well, we've had 4 workouts that have overhead demand. Now, the barbell in the snatching component may not be all that taxing on the shoulders, but then we're having to hold a load overhead whilst moving through the lunges. So I think that's going to play a part in what these athletes are able to hold in the lunges.
You know what we might see? We might see some athletes not get over the line fully on the lunge like we saw with the sandbags in the last workout. That's something to watch as well. But let's start to take a look at the women. We're first going to start with the women's standings before we really break down the competition individually. But the top 2, they've been going back and forth all weekend long. Amy Kringle and Laura Horvath sitting at 1 and 2. Emma Tall sitting in 3rd. Vortherm and Mo in 4th. And Andrea Solberg rounds out the top 5. Let's start by looking at the comparison of Amy and Laura as we have all weekend long. We're going to be watching them again today.
Yeah, so I think we have a nice video compilation of them from this weekend. So like last season, we have had a tight race between the top 2, Laura and Amy. And as a spectator, this is exactly what you're hoping to get. A race that pushes the athletes to perform at their very best. Laura, she's not new to a race like this. She's had head-to-head battles with Tia-Clair Toomey, Gabby Magala, and now Amy Kringle is her fiercest competitor. But this is a new position for Amy, and she really is living up to it and rising to the pressure. It doesn't seem to be dragging her down. And it is rivalries like these that push our sport forward, and that excites me just as much as an athlete as a spectator. It is going to come down to the 2 of these, who is going to take it on this tour stop, and it is going to come down to the final event. And I expect we're going to continue to see this race going forward.
And one thing that we noticed as well, and it was in the video there, we're not the only ones watching between Amy and Laura. They've been watching each other on the competition floor all weekend long. They're going to be right next to each other in this final event. They're certainly going to be paying attention to what the other's doing.
Absolutely, as there should be. It almost doesn't matter where the other ones are, it matters where they are. If we look at the leaderboards and the points, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Amy, she has a little bit more control. As long as she's in the top 4, she has a win. Laura, she needs help from some of the other athletes. So if Laura takes the win, she needs Amy to finish 6th or lower.
Annie, can I ask, if you put yourself in the shoes of Amy, knowing that you just need to finish in the top 4, how does that make you feel going into the final event?
It definitely feels better than to be in Laura's position. You want to be in a position where you're in control. It's also okay if there will be a smaller gap, but you just want to make sure that you have the chance without having to rely on others.
Pip, I wanted to ask you about the challengers. We're watching that race as well. What are you paying attention to in this last workout?
Yeah, well, if you're just tuning in now and weren't aware, there is a couple of races going on the leaderboard, not just with the top between Amy and Laura, but also between the challengers. The first place ranked challenger at the end of the weekend will get an automatic invite to the next tour stop, so they won't have to do the online challenger, which is huge for their training leading up. So at the moment in the women, it's Matilda Garnez, currently sitting in 8th overall, and she's got a 32-point lead ahead of next rank, which is Leah Storen. Now, Leah Storen won the challenger qualifier coming into this, but 32 points, what we've seen from Matilda all weekend, comes down to how bad you want it. We keep saying it, but it really does, and it's going to be a really great race.
All right, on the men's side of things, we're also watching that race as well. And the women and the men, they're very similar in terms of the fact that our tour champions from last year are both sitting in 2nd place coming into this final workout. Roman Krnikov sitting on top for the men. James Sprague is our tour champion from last year in 2nd. Annual Lakai in 3rd. Tuta Magda sitting in 4th, and Ty Jenkins sitting in 5th. There's a lot going on here in the top 10, but certainly we're highlighting some of the young guys who are finding themselves in the top 10.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about this season is these 5, and not just these 5, but these are the 5 that are really excelling in this tour stop. We've got James Sprague, Tuta Magna, Ty Jenkins, Nate Ackerman, Jack Farlow. The crazy stat here is that 5 out of the top 8 are 24 years or younger, which is insane. There's a passing of the guard. The first thing that I thought about when I saw this was thinking about when I first got into the space of functional fitness. And I think you ladies are going to agree with this. A lot of us came into this sport from previous sports. We transitioned from other disciplines. When you look at these 5 guys and you ask them, what was your sport? Their answer is the sport of functional fitness. They've been doing this from such a young age. And these guys have all been competing against each other for the last 5 years, not just here at the World Fitness Project, but in other events as well, like the Games. So they know each other very, very well. They know where their strengths and weaknesses lie. And it's cool to see 5 of them in the top 8.
One uncomfortable fact, Ty Jenkins, if he's 20 years old, he was finishing kindergarten when I first time won the Games.
So uncomfortable for you when you say that. All right, so in terms of Roman Krnikov, right, sitting on top of the leaderboard, he's had a nice little weekend, but he's not a stranger to having success. He's been on the leaderboard at the Games and other places, but he's really starting to find his groove.
Yeah, I mean, he secured himself a 31-point lead going into this final workout. But it doesn't mean that he's all in the clear. We know, looking at this workout, what he's capable of. There's a high likelihood he's going to finish up that leaderboard. But James still does have an opportunity if he can take this event. And if Roman finishes 9th or lower, James will be crowned the Tour Stop champion. But again, what we talked about it with Amy, having that pressure off your shoulders a little bit, knowing what he needs to do as a minimum to lock in that championship title must feel pretty nice.
So coming back to when you asked me, if you are in the lead, you can play it a little bit smarter. You need to be aware Roman has a little bit more wiggle room there. But you don't have to take maybe the same chance as you might if you are in Laura or James's position, because they really need to go for broke. well, yes, you have to go really hard, but you don't want to go to failure. Like, you don't want to make any too risky of a mistake there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a game of probability. Like, so minimizing your risk, locking in, doing enough.
Yes.
Is a nice place to be in.
Real quick, let's take a look at the challengers, right? We're following that race as well.
So I think the reminder here is that the challenger, the top finishing challenger at Tour Stop 1 gets automatic qualification to Tour Stop 2. And that man right now is Quinn Robinson, sitting in 7th place. You know, bar a couple of tiny hiccups on a couple of events, he could actually be in a podium spot. We know he's transitioned from the team discipline. So if this is the start of his individual journey, still under the age of 30, he's got a very bright future ahead of him.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at our picks. We're going to start with the men once again. I'm going to go with Daniel Lakai. He's had a solid weekend. I really feel like this is the turning point for him, and we're going to see the confidence exude as he continues to compete the rest of the year.
I'm going to go with Yannick Koske on this one. Again, I just believe that he's going to have it. He finishes strong very often when he's been on a stride, and I do believe that he wants this enough.
This is the second time this is happening today, Annie, but I picked Yona as well. And he's sitting outside that top 10, and I think, yeah, he finishes strong. A good finish will pop him into that top 10.
Yeah, my pick, again, is going to be Chandler Smith. He's got a very strong and enduring posterior chain, and there's going to be lots of hinging in this workout, and he's got the ability to grit, so Chandler's my vote.
All right, on the women's side of things, I'm going with Hannah Black. In the last workout, she didn't do well. She finished 27th. She needs a strong finish. She's currently sitting outside the top 10. She's in 11th. Hannah Black.
All right. I'm going with a kind of a odd one maybe here, but Berg Gross. For people that don't know her, it might seem odd. I do think that she has, like, she's fairly short. She's so powerful, so strong. If she's willing to go there, she can win this.
I'm going with Olivia Kerstetter for this one. I think she's had a really great weekend. Didn't start off great. She's finishing strong. And I think a top 10 finish at this event after the last few weeks that she's had would be awesome.
I'm going to go with Amy Kringle. Hometown favorite, had a great weekend. I know we're saying 4th or lower if Laura wins, but I don't think that's enough breathing room for her to take it easy, especially because this workout's going to be so thick and fast. So I think she's going to go for the win.
All right, well, it seemed like it was a long weekend, but it was a fast weekend, and here we are at the final event. We're getting ready for London Pro 6, so we're going to step away for that. For Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorsdottir, I am Derek Forrest. Up next, London Pro 6, so we're going to send it down to the competition floor with Jeremy Austin and the rest of the crew.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a rocket no more. Connect. See, we just
Are you ready? Come on.
Friends of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Hike Sports Campus.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a bride, no more connect. See the bitches, we was just
Are you ready? Come on.
The world side with my I saw their eyes roll.
Friends of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Hike Sports Campus.
Welcome back to the Drumsheds, day 3 of the first tour stop of the World Fitness Project for 2026. It is season number 2, and we are live here from the north of London, in Tottenham, to be exact. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez, and Katrin Davis-Dottir with you. Lauren Smith will join us on the competition floor a little bit later on. It is all now down to our final workout of the day. It is all guns blazing, and spots on the podium up for grabs, but it is going to add to the tally for the athletes at the end of the year for Copenhagen. Everything on the line.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard. For some of the athletes, even in the first heat, that know that, hey, if this one is right up my alley, these are all points that I can start to chip away at in the pursuit of a pro card, with 2 more tour stops still in front of us.
Such a great reminder, because some of these athletes are coming in fired up and wanting that place on the podium, but some of them are coming in disappointed, not having the weekend that they wanted to have. And typically when it's just this one competition, you kind of maybe pull back a little bit, maybe don't leave it all out there. But now, fighting for the points over the whole tour, they're going to want to give it everything that they have and make sure that when they're in Copenhagen, they know that they got the points that they could get here.
Let's talk about strategy mentally for the athletes, the ones that coming in that don't have the weekend that they wanted. How do you pull yourself out of that and move on pretty quickly?
Yeah, you got to have a short-term memory there, and you kind of just
Goldfish.
I always use flip the page. It was, yeah, that's what Ben used to say to me. We got to flip the page. We forget about it for now, and we focus on this one workout at hand. And if the athletes can do that, stop thinking about what has happened. Just focus on, there's 100 points up for grabs. How many of those points can they grab? After the weekend, they go home and can think to themselves, okay, what happened here? What can we do to show up better, to compete better, to prepare better for next time?
Oh, for sure. And the opportunity with the 2 tour stops, and then we move to Copenhagen for the final. There's opportunities right across the course of the year, and the events are spread out so much that they can go and prepare and get a good training block in.
Exactly. So you typically think about, a lot of these athletes have been competing a lot leading into this tour stop. Now there's actually a substantial gap that they can make some substantial improvements and show up a different athlete.
We've got some standings now for our men's competition. They are going to be hitting the competition floor first here at the Drumsheds. And Roman Kranikov with a little bit of breathing space. What a performance we saw from him on Pro 5 earlier on. And Yol Akai, he just continues to impress. We know James Sprague, as the 2025 champ, was going to be there too. To Magda, hanging tough in that fourth position. And as the OTP team said, those four youngsters, they are really providing us some entertainment this weekend.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have to get used to it because I don't think the runway is getting shorter for them. I think they're continuing to grow as athletes and continuing to showcase new skill sets and adaptations that they're gaining from their time spent in the fire here on competition. And I think moments like this and what we're about to see with this kind of fast and fierce finish will only add to that.
No doubt. We've got an exciting finish coming up with London Pro 6. Let's take a look.
London Pro 6 is presented by WIT. London Pro 6 is 3 rounds for time of 25 power snatches with a 75 or 55 pound barbell and 9 meters of overhead walking lunges with the same weight. There is a 7-minute time cap for London Pro 6. Following the last section of lunges, athletes will set the bar down and cross the finish line.
This is going to be red hot, and the 7-minute time cap. We've seen the time cap. It's been fairly generous across the weekend so far. Some athletes not needing nearly as much time to get things done over the course of all the workouts. Are we going to see something similar here?
I think so. This weight is so manageable. It's reminiscent of a variation of a benchmark workout, Randy, that we're all used to. And I think it's just going to provide the opportunity for them to push and mentally tell themselves, hey, this is only 75. I got to go.
Athletes coming to the floor right now.
Simon Gilinas, Canada. Lane 8, Pietro Anderloni, Italy. Lane 3, Kian Duffy, United Kingdom. Lane 7, Matt Gilpin, Australia. Lane 4, Fran Hurtado, Costa Rica. Lane 6, Mikko Liliog, Estonia. Lane 5, Colin Boshart, Switzerland.
Our lane assignments for the first of 5 heats. And the final chance for the athletes on the floor to make a push. It looks like Colin Boshart could be getting back to work, and that is great news for Colin Boshart. After a rough day, but this is the final workout of the competition. It is London Pro 6.
25 power snatches, 75 pounds on the bar for the men, 9-meter barbell overhead walking lunge. They're going to do that 3 times total.
Bit of self-talk for Fran Hurtado. Pump yourself up.
Mikko Liliog should come out blazing in this. He's unafraid to come out hot, and no better time than the present. Colin's been battling an illness and hoping that he would feel better as the weekend goes along to be able to tackle some of these tests. And right now, let's see what he's got in the tank.
10 seconds.
Underway, 7 minutes or bust. The blueprint presented by Witt.
Whether or not you're able to actually execute on it, I think a lot of these athletes need to have that unbroken mindset. Attack with the fury that you're not going to set this bar down and you're going to keep moving throughout. And the rule of one is kind of another mindset element, right? When you hit that threshold and you think you can't go anymore, a little trick you can play, hey, just convince yourself to do one more. And every single time that rep goes up, convince yourself one more, one more, one more. Josh Bridges used to do that to perfection back in the day.
Athletes getting to work. Now let's talk about stature of athlete and heights of the athlete. Is that going to be a deciding factor in who gets this done quicker? If you've got a shorter range of movement, Kat, you've got a smile on your face.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think we're going to see these shorter athletes definitely have an advantage here. On the lunges, it is for distance, so those bigger athletes could for sure maybe only have to take one less lunge. So I still think the shorter athletes just have over 75 reps.
Colin Bossard getting to work straight away, considering he hasn't got the same amount of fatigue on board as the other athletes. Fran Hurtado getting sent back for that no rep. We've seen that with the sandbag. It is a crucial no rep and one you don't want to take on with you.
Yeah, with the mandated lengths and distances you have to cover, it just adds to the cost of certain no reps, especially in a faster workout like this one. Now, Colin Bossard was unbroken through the first round, reset the grip at the start of the second round of snatches. We're seeing him break already here as well.
No one moving just yet, but Simon Zilana in lane number 1 getting to work. Mika Liliorg in the pink shorts in the center of the arena, getting going. Colin Bossard, make up your top 3. Fran Hurtado is suffering a little from that no rep.
Good patience there from Simon. Wasn't quite sure if he was going to get there in one full step on the end of that lunge, but listening to his judge, able to get one more rep to avoid a no one.
Miko Liliorg now pressing out that barbell, and obviously more fatiguing to do that than dropping underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of seeing this, what we used to call the worm snatch, or kind of like a snake type movement where hips come high to start and you're kind of rolling the body up with as the barbell comes up. Travis Williams from the Misfit crew back in the day popularized that when him and the boys were throwing down on Randy in regionals.
Miko Liliorg is going to be the first athlete to move on to the final lunge. And the lunge forward over the finish line. Pietro Andaloni making big moves in lane number 8. He's jumped into second and chasing down Miko Liliorg.
Wow.
Liliorg with 2 lunges to go. Oh, Pietro Andaloni. Oh, wowza. That was close. But Miko Liliorg, 3:24. Colin Bossard, home strong and over. Simon Zalina is done.
What a great example we had here. If you kind of think about the snatches mattering the most and then the lunges being kind of like this fixed time domain, and it really not being the case, where he really made up a lot of ground on the lunges.
Matt Gilpin, final lunge for him. Part of Training Think Tank and all done. Matt Gilpin. Kian Dunphy, last chance in front of his home crowds. And Dunphy is done, and his first major competition. Troy Clay is done to the top of your screen. And Fran Hurtado with a crucial no rep is going to bring things home. Our final athlete from Heat 1 done, 4.5 minutes, well under that 7-minute time cap. All right, so it's going to be hot. So we need half the time cap or faster.
Yeah. That was blazing.
think strategy-wise, did it roll out the way you wanted it to?
I think for the most part, yeah. Like obviously, these athletes are pretty dosed up from the weekend, but you want to see people approach this as an unbroken workout, really attack the snatches, not really any long breaks, maybe a regrip here or a quick breath here. And for the most part, that's what we got from Mikko Lilliorg. It almost looked like he was going to get chased down at the end, but big hop and a big performance from the Estonian.
Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Some great performers right across our pro athletes. Also our challengers. One of our challengers, Simon Zalinas, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Simon, you got the call to compete here. You've just told me Sunday at midnight and flew all the way from Canada. What drove you to make that decision? And are you happy you did?
Well, you have to ask Samuel Conway. Like, he's the one who motivated me to come here and compete. And it will be a nice story to tell to our friends back home. So that's pretty much about it.
Now you've had this experience, how much fire is there to come back?
Dude, fire is here. I want to compete. I see all those young guns pushing behind me. I'm 32. I want to compete for like another 3-4 years. And I just have to work harder to make my place here because field is so strong.
What does it tell you and the wider world about taking opportunities when they land at your feet?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. You'll have to repeat that question. I'm sorry.
French, Canadian, English. It was never going to work. The opportunity. This was it was a backdoor entry. It was a very last minute,
yes.
But you took it.
Yeah.
Why is it important to take your opportunities?
YOLO. You have only YOLO. You have only one life to live. I'm grateful for my friends and my coworkers that. Look, the competition, they don't know about CrossFit, they don't know what it is. So they were like, well, you should go, take your days off, we'll cover for you. So I was like, thank you guys. Like, this is an amazing opportunity and I don't know if it will happen again.
Well, I'm so glad you've enjoyed yourself out there and thanks for making the effort.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Laura.
The interview of the weekend by far. Dude. YOLO. Here we go. We're on our results. Mikko Lilliorg in 3:23 official time. And Pietro Angeloni 3:24. Colin Bossard. And Simone Zalinas 3:38. Some impressive performances already halfway through our time cap. So it's going to be faster than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're only going to see it getting a lot faster.
Maybe sub 3?
Oh, come on. Someone's got it, surely.
I think so, because I think both cycle rate on the snatches, and then I think we're going to see it as just, it's going to be a one thing. You're going to pick the barbell up, and it's not going to go down until they're across the finish line.
Let's talk about accumulated fatigue over the weekend. Is that going to be detriment to finishing this in a sub 3 time?
Yes, overall, I still think it's going to happen. There are athletes that are capable of that. Even with this volume, the fatigue that's accumulated, I think that's still going to be a time that's attainable across the board. No, the athletes are going to be feeling it for sure.
It's a big weekend, especially for those that have competed the last 2 weekends. It's tough going. Things on the line that you want to put in place, not just for now, but for the rest of the season. Tour Stop 2 coming in Indianapolis when we get to Grand Park, and then when we get to Copenhagen for the Tour Stop final, which if last year's anything to go by, it's going to be a rip snorter.
Yeah, you're going to have to go full send as you see. Because, I mean, there's how you finish is tremendously important at a multitude of levels, right? For some athletes, like, we'll say Quinn Wilson here, if he finishes strong, he guarantees his spot at Grand Park in Indianapolis. For some of the other athletes, if they're a pro card athlete hoping to get back, finishing strong here sets yourself up for the rest of the season. Also, you want to leave with a good taste in your mouth as far as how you wrapped up a competition. That can be kind of a lasting image or a lasting vibe, depending on how good or how bad it went. And I also think with something like this where it challenges you to just go hard, you want to be able to say you stepped up to that.
E2 on the way.
Lane number 10, Toby Buckland, United Kingdom. Lane number 1, Dani Camacho, Spain. Lane number 9, Andreas Jimenez, Norway. Lane number 2, Yorgos Karavis, Greece. Lane number 8, BKG, Iceland. Lane number 3, Ryan Jevnik, United States. Lane number 7, Len Postel, Germany. Lane number 4, Taktu Eronaimo, Finland. Lane number 6, Tommaso Pieri, Italy. And lane number 5, Victor Garcia, Spain. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments for our second of 5 heats. We're going to find out who is going to go onto the podium and who's going to accumulate some points heading towards our tour-stop final in Copenhagen. This is London Pro 6, our final workout of the weekend.
3 rounds for time, 25 power snatches, 9-meter barbell overhead walking lunge, 75 pounds on the barbell. It's going to be fast.
Some quiet time before we get going. Tommaso Pieri, big season 2025, and Jevning really set the world on fire last night with that Echo bike.
Similar time domain and I would say effort caliber.
It might feel a little bit better though. We are underway for our second of 5 heats. WIT is inspired by training not just as a path to fitness, but as a powerful means of personal and community growth and its capacity to change lives. WIT is training.
Look at Yorgos Karavis' pace. Bar coming straight down to the ground from up top, no shelving at the hip, whipping that thing up overhead. You know, it's interesting to note that obviously the technique here for this low rep, high rep snatch is going to be drastically different than what we would see in a heavier lift, sacrificing some other overall strength based on technique for the sake of being faster.
Victor Garcia Daval, what a weekend he's had. Now, Kat, we're going to talk quickly about muscle snatch versus that drop under and how long the movement takes and what you want to do with this.
So as long as the muscle snatch is faster for you, if you really still have that hip pop, you really still have that strong pull, by all means go for it. But as soon as you start slowing down, start having to press that out or inch it out, it's not worth it anymore. Just quickly drop under and keep moving. Overall, I do think most athletes will end up going to that by this point. And there's a handful of athletes like back in the day. You think about Annie, you think about Sam Briggs, they have such a strong pull. They were able to just maintain that muscle snatch throughout.
Yeah.
For the majority of athletes, it's going to pay off to just quickly drop under and punch it out as you stand up.
Victor Garcia Daval just having a quick break. Tatu Erenheimo, Yorgos Karavis on the left of your screen. And Victor off once again. Yorgos Karavis, here he comes. This final set is going to be testing BKG. Don't forget about him in lane number 8.
Always a silent assassin.
Here he is.
He's always coming.
We are 10 seconds faster than that time of Mikko Lilleorg of 3:23. And times are just going to get faster and faster. BKG. He is looking really good in lane number 8, Yorgos Karavis. This is easy work for Yorgos.
Always been known for his barbell cycling with a light barbell.
One of 2 Greek athletes in the fields. It is going to be Karavis in lane number 2. Has Garcia gone out a little bit too hot? Hand in the air for BKG as well. Yorgos getting to work. He needs to execute perfectly. Victor, here we go. We have got another race on our hands for heat number 2.
That lunge speed.
3:02, Jorgis Karavis. And BKG is in. Faster time than Miko Lilleorg as well. 3:11. Victor Garcia. Tatu Aranhamo, he is in. Jevning battling it with Postel. Oh, it's level. Postel potentially. No, it looks like it's going to be Jevning to get the push. Danny Camacho next. Toby Buckland at the top ends. Here comes Andreas Temenis. And Tommaso Pieri just falling off the pace a little. How about just chipping off 21 seconds off the previous heat? Have we got a 2:30 in us somewhere?
Oh my goodness.
Tommaso Pieri. All done. Currently sitting in 31st position. Jorgis, not messing around. We're out of here.
Yeah, now I think we're at a point where we'll start seeing just shaving off seconds.
Well, the gauntlet was thrown down by Miko Lilleorg in the previous heat. 3:20. Could someone go faster? Not just one, but a few. Victor Garcia Deval, your leader after the first round of this workout. Jorgis Karavis able to reel him in and overtake him in the final 2 rounds, and it was a foot race to the finish via the lunge. And man, what a great performance from both these athletes.
This project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Heights Sports Campus.
And time's getting progressively quicker. 2 heats down, and the Iceman standing by with Lauren Smith.
BKG, it sounds like not quite the weekend you wanted, but what's going to be your main takeaway?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I'll go back home tomorrow, and me and my coach will sit down, and we'll talk about a lot of things. But this one actually went really, really well. And I just want to say, thank you all for coming out. Thank you, Will. World Fitness Project. Great job.
You've got so much going on in life at the moment. You're running CrossFit Reykjavik. You're still training as a full-time athlete. You've moved to the city. How are you balancing it all?
Yeah, that was one of the biggest steps I've taken in my life, was to move into Reykjavik. I swore that I was never going to do that, but yeah, I have a girlfriend. She's studying there, so we kind of moved last summer. And then, like you said before, yeah, I took over. I'm a part owner of CrossFit Reykjavik today, yes.
Look, we have got plenty more action to come in terms of tour stops. And I know there's a huge desire for you to be in there fighting in the final heat. What's it going to take for that to happen?
Well, I've been put up against the wall before on many occasions. You know, it's not ideal, but I'll deal with it. I'll be fine, I think.
And a quick word, because your training partner at the moment is a young woman, Birgeris Bjornsdottir, who's had an unbelievable weekend. Yes. How proud of her are you?
Yeah, like, proud is an understatement. It's funny, I used to train with older people. They're now over there commentating. But these days I'm training with 17, 18 years old, and that just keeps me young, and I'm thrilled to see the next generation coming up.
Well, we love watching you. Thank you for all you do for the community, and yeah, enjoy the next couple of weeks. We'll see you in America.
Thank you, guys.
He couldn't get any nicer, could he?
He couldn't, and he wasn't talking about you or me, Jeremy, in terms of commentating. I think he was talking about our teammate here in the center.
Yeah, the one that can't get the smile off her face. But Yorgos Karavis, 3:02. I wasn't expecting that close to 3 minutes, this close to the start of this workout. And BKG at 3:11. Victor Garcia Deval, his result not coming through, but finishing in second position. 3:02, tough going. Sub 3. I'm sure it is going to drop in this next heat.
It's coming because I also think every time you see that time drop with each heat, it's only going to motivate these later heats a little bit more because they might have an idea of this is what's possible. And even if you see an athlete maybe outperform what you thought was possible, it's like, okay, well, if they can, I can.
Easy. Who do you think is going to get under that first? It's going to be like, where can you make up time? That is the thing. There's a couple of times where athletes were resting just then. Where do you make up those couple of seconds to get under that?
So we saw on the final lunge, we had Victor actually coming in lunging faster. So if the cycle rate on the snatches is tip-top and we can lunge fast, we got ourselves a dangerous combo. You think about somebody like Jonikowski for perhaps?
Yeah. He's going to be fast with it. He's efficient in his movement, and it doesn't have to be much, right? Like, I think sometimes people think it has to be this huge spread in terms of turnover. But if you think about a quarter second, a fraction of a second per rep is really all you have to wrap your head around. Over the course of 75 reps, that becomes a very significant margin. And when you're in a speed workout like this, where the top time is only going to be around 3 minutes, a quarter of a second, a tenth of a second, that's enough.
Guimel Heros loves a barbell cycle. Philroy Peters.
Who else loves a barbell cycle? Nick Matthews?
Let's go.
For your pro men heat number 3. In lane number 10, Fabian Benito, Spain. Lane number 1, Leonardo Grotino, Italy. Lane number 9, Anestis Artemis, Greece. Lane number 2, Michael van Gixenholm, Belgium. Lane number 8, Roldan Goldberg, Mexico. In lane number 3, Philroy Peters, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Luka Jukic, Serbia. Lane number 4, Georgi Mayeros, Brazil. Lane number 6, Noah Wilson, United States. And in lane number 5, Nick Matthew, United States. 1 minute.
Our third of 5 heats hitting the floor, our lane assignments. Nick Matthew, as Kat alluded to, doesn't mind a barbell cycle. Nor do the two above him, Guimel Heros and Philroy Peters. Philroy with that massive deadlift last night. But what can he do with a light barbell? It is London Pro 6.
We'll see over the course of 3 rounds of 25 power snatches and a 9-meter barbell overhead walking lunge. Only 75 pounds in the hand.
Yeah,
that's it. Guy this is going to feel like a toothpick to Imayeros. Luka Jukic has, hinted to some of our staff that this could be one of his best finishes of the weekend. Well, time to show us.
It is time. Philroy Peters, local boy and plenty of support. Didn't he set the world alight last night here? Underway, and we've seen good ways to get this done. How to do it. It is the blueprint presented by WIT.
I think there's a big mindset shift here. You have to believe that you're going to go unbroken no matter what, even if you have to adjust late, but that's how you're going to have to approach this. And the rule of 1, when you get close to the margins, that red line, think of it 1 rep at a time. Convince yourself 1 more, then 1 more, then 1 more. And before you know it, you'll be at the finish line.
Some power snatching, some muscle snatching, and some athletes looking straight towards that finish line. Leo Grotino just doing just that. Philroy Peters looks like he's relaxing a little at the top of the movement. And now he looks like he's pretty relaxed lunching.
They should. I mean, it's going to be a very grippy workout. Anybody who's done Randy knows that your grip is the thing that's going to be first to go. And actually there, so this is where you're going to want to be hammering, trying to move very fast on the lunges, opening up that grip and making sure that you relax it, ready to go.
Leroy Peters.
Tell by his face, too, looks very relaxed through the upper body and posturing.
3:02 our time to beat. Yorgos Karavis.
See next to Philroy on the left, Guy Maieros, more than capable of power snatching, but choosing to dip under just a little bit, maybe to save a little bit of energy for the later rounds.
Nestis Artemis getting to work, as is Fabian Benito.
See how wide Nestis' feet are right now.
And your new leader, jumping just ahead of Philroy Peters. And 2 seconds ahead of the time from his Greek compatriots, Yorgos Karavis. Can Artemis? Oh, there we go.
Let's go.
The blueprint coming into play now. You're at the end. Philroy Peters pushing hard.
Yeah, at this point, the weight isn't the issue, right? It's the lungs, it's the grip. It's just convincing yourself that you can hold on for just one more.
Roland Goldbaum, your new leader in lane number 8. Roldan with that hinge, muscle snatch all the way. Oh, and just digging deep. And he is going to be the first athlete to move. Philroy Peters not too far behind, but it is Roldan Goldbaum. And the crowd now starting to get behind the Mexican. Here he comes. Oh, the lunge. This is going to be an exceptional time. It's going to be sub 3. Roldan Goldbaum. Yes, sir. 2:58. Come on.
We've seen it. Sub 3.
Philroy Peters.
Nice.
And he gets done, but outside that time of Yorgos Karavis. Roldan Goldbaum, 2:58. Fabian Benito at 3:19. Leo Grattino battling with Artemis. Artemis gets it. Jukic is next. Nick Matthew. 1 lunge to go. Guy Malheiros. And he gets done quickly. Michiel van Goosehem is all done as well. And finally, Noah Wilson. Very quick heat, 3:50, all done.
3:50, all done.
Blink and you miss it.
Roldan. Wow.
He just got faster.
There
I
you
feel
go.
Like it was like negative splits across the board.
It seemed like he was energized, particularly in that last lunge, right? Like knowing he was in the lead. And sometimes if you're able to tap into the energy of the moment, it can bring great things. And it looked like we were going to get a new time to beat regardless. Philroy Peters out front early. He's getting a good challenge from Anestis Artemis, who actually took the overall lead through the second lunge. But Anestis had to set the bar down, and that was when the Mexican struck at Viva Mexico for Roldan Goldbaum.
South America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Impressive performance once again. Roldan Goldbaum is standing by with Joe Ciastula.
Roldan, congratulations. You came out with fire. What a way to finish out. Felicidades. Ahí sí que saliste como la bestia mexicana que conocemos.
Así es. Primeramente, muchas gracias a toda mi gente. Un saludo para Strong Suit, toda la gente de Ensenada, San Diego, California, en Invictus. Es un orgullo para mí representarlos y aquí estamos. Siguen los demás tours, estamos firmes y vamos con todo, a huevo.
Roldan says he's thank you very much for being here. He says thank you to all of his coaches and everybody here for the energy that is coming on the floor. Roldan, You can hear the Mexicans in the background. They know how to make that noise. Escuchas a tus compadres mexicanos en el público. ¿Qué tienes para decirles?
Agradecimiento total. Estoy pleno aquí para ustedes y pese a cualquier circunstancia no bajamos la guardia, seguimos adelante y mostramos nuestro corazón mexicano de guerreros, de firmes. Gracias a todos mis fans, gracias a toda mi gente. Les amo.
Rodan saying thank you to everybody, to all the crowd and to the Mexican fans. Rodan, congratulations, felicidades. Great work out there.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you.
Gracias, absolutely gracias. What a performance. Now, do you get inspired? Roldan's sitting there and Artemis is there and he drops the bar to rest. Does that give you that little bit of punch?
That gives you energy. That gives you... When you see you have a shot, when you see this is it, this is where I can make a move, and the crowd is here, the lights are on, the competition is where the magic can happen. You don't get this in training. In training, you gotta just push within yourself. In competition, it comes from all corners.
2:57, our fastest time from heat number 3. And the only man so far to go sub 3, 2:57. Dangle the carrot. Who wants it? Oh.
He broke the barrier, and I think we're going to see it many more times tonight.
Janikowski coming up next as well. And one of those that we earmarked that he's going to be probably one of the fastest men to move on the competition floor just with his barbell cycling and also his stature.
Mm-hmm. Especially, you know, with how light it is and, you know, his experience, I think, across the entirety of his career and ability to kind of manage this type of workout accordingly. It's a little bit different now, you know. He has always been a really good pacer as well, so it's fun to see them kind of let the restrictor plate go off and just floor it full down to the floor.
When you said the barbell's light, yes, it starts light, but gee, it gets heavy quick.
It does. It does. And looking back to Randy those years ago, we saw some squat snatches. We saw some squat snatches with 75 pounds for some of the strongest in the sports. Yeah.
What are we going to see, though, coming up?
I do think we'll see a few other sub 3s. It's like I said, it's a big mindset thing, right? Like, it may feel heavy, but for most of these athletes, I think they're going to tell themselves, hey, it's only 75 pounds. This is my maybe if that. They'll usually warm up with an empty barbell and then jump above 75 pounds. So it's not even really the second bar that they would warm up most days.
No. So you've got Tom Kingdon coming in now and probably buoyed a little bit by that win over Pat Vellner in the previous workout. The local boy done good. Is this his chance to go, you know what? I am just going to send it and see what happens.
I mean, he better. What are you waiting for at this point, right? Like, this is your last chance in front of the home crowd. You're coming off a high. Why not just continue to build that momentum and ride it? And even if you crash and burn at this point, right? What's the big deal?
But he's got a chance to go 2 up on Pat Vellner. Hey, I went against him twice and I got 2 wins.
Yeah, and not just Pat, but a ton of other athletes with how well he did in that previous one. He's at the towards the top of the leaderboard for that one. So he got to say he bested a bunch of the top men in the sport. It's not just Pat too. He's got a big feather in the cap.
Love seeing the challenges. Mix it with the pros, and we are about 30 seconds out from bringing the 4th heat onto the competition floor. It is going to get exciting. 2:57, Roldan Goldbaum setting the time to beat. And who wants to get after it? The person who is going to rest the least and has the most efficient movement is going to get the job done. Athletes, not too far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's bring out the athletes for heat number 4. In lane number 10, Julius Kiesa, Germany. In lane number 1, Patrick Vellner, Canada. Lane number 9, Spencer Panchik, United States. Lane number 2, Alex Kotulas, Greece. Lane number 8, Tom Kingdon, United Kingdom. Lane number 3, Travis Mayer, United States. Lane number 7, Janikowski, Finland. Lane number 4, Victor Helsinghoff, Norway. In lane number 6, Yellow Hosta, Belgium. And in lane number 5, Samuel Cournoyer, Canada. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments, heat number 4, 2 more heats to come. We find out who sits on the podium. As I mentioned, Tom Kingdon with a chance. And those flags. Plenty of different countries represented here for our final workout, London Pro 6.
25 power snatches, 9 meters walking with the barbell overhead as you lunge. 3 rounds for time total.
You know what, kids? I beat Pat Vellner once, possibly twice.
Oh, Grandpa, you're just talking crazy.
The look of a man who doesn't want to do qualifiers for Grant Park. Our top challenger is going to get that opportunity. Cornway in lane number 5. Witt is inspired by training not just as a path to fitness, but as a powerful means of personal and community growth and its capacity to change lives. Witt is training. Athletes out to a very quick start. Wonder how many times Patrick Vellner has done something similar to this.
Many, many times.
It obviously doesn't get easier.
No, it never does. You just go faster.
Janikowski, first to move. Julius Kieser on the outside as well in lane number 10. Sam Cornway actually getting the jump on Janikowski. Half a rep ahead.
Notice at the top of every rep how Yona just exhales. He's looking, trying to, as much as you can relax. Like, it's a very intense workout at a lot of speed, but it also is a long time to sustain 100% effort.
Janikowski with that gaze down the floor. Again, we know exactly where his gaze is, the family at the finish line.
Riona did put the bar down for just a split second. He let it drop. By the time it was settled, he had already taken a couple breaths and his hand were back on the bar.
Cornway, your current leader to the left of your screen. Here's lane number 5, 2 reps ahead of Janikowski. 2:57, the time to beat from Roland Goldbaum from the previous heats.
He wants that invite.
Cornway 10 seconds ahead of Roland Goldbaum. Can Cornway go unbroken for the final rep scheme? Koski is coming strong.
You want to see Sam start to drop under there. It's taking a long time to get that barbell up there.
Almost
there we go.
Overextending with his torso.
Tom Kingdon coming home with a wet sail as well. But Sam Cornway trying to look out, and now the fatigue starting. Buddy. Oh no. Too much.
Flew a little high.
Koski, can he get the jump on now? Cornway trying to empty the tank with everything he's got. Every rep is starting to hurt more and more. Janikowski, judge's hand in the air. Travis Mayer, judge's hand in the air as well. Koski looks like he could potentially take the fastest time. The pick from our desk crew getting it done. Janikowski, yes sir. 2:55, Janikowski. Travis Mayer is going to finish in second. Conway is going to finish behind a very fast finishing Tom Kingdon. And kids, I beat Pat Vellner twice.
Oh, you know what? I like that Sam went for it.
Mad respect for Sam. He sold out completely.
I think he had to.
Yeah.
Oh, Chimama. Oh, there we go. Alex Katulis, the final athlete on the floor. Panchik in 3:18. Helsingov 3:22. Kizat 3:25. Yellow Hoster at 3:26. And Alex Katoulis just under that 4-minute mark. But a new target to get to 5:5. Can we go 2:50?
Wow.
Actual time 2:54 from Jonakowski.
We're continuing to see that time to beat drop, thanks in part to Jonakowski. Really fast cycle rate. Took a quick, smart break in that second round. It looked like that was going to be the opportunity for Samuel Cournoyer to run away with this heat, but man, credit to him. He left it all out on the floor, but Jonakowski able to overtake him in the last round. Good job, OTP.
And the times just keep getting quicker. And one man who did the sneaky, Travis Mayer, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Travis, what a way to finish your weekend. Talk me through that workout and how deep you genuinely need to dig to finish in a position as you did.
Yeah, I mean, we did this back, I don't even know how many years ago at regionals, and we held unbroken, and we're around the sub 2 or 230 range, and I kind of knew going into this, it's that same feeling of just hang on and grip it and rip it, so to be able to go unbroken in front of the crowd and everything was worth it, so happy with that.
If you compare your tour stop one last year to this year, last year you ended the tour stop basically breaking your back, and you spent the season coming back to an unbelievable finish in Copenhagen. Fit and healthy, what are you capable of?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here to find out. I mean, yeah, from a long stop from last year of pretty much fracturing my L5 essentially and coming back in each kind of competition improved. So it was pretty cool with WFP. You have these seasons that you can kind of like events to look forward to and know that it's not all over after the first one. So there's that. But also a huge shout out to my wife and my 4 kids at home. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. So thank you very much. And everybody here, thank you guys very much.
Well, this is literally it. You have been able to compete at the top level of the sport for years, and you're doing it with a lot of dad duties on the side. How do you manage it all?
A really good wife and partner. I think that's probably step number 1 is have somebody that supports your dreams to chase after it, and my wife does that for me. So it makes my time when I'm here worth it. Sometimes you want a little bit better placement, but it just is what it is, and no matter what, my kids still love me when I go home, so that's all that matters.
And we have more tour stops to come. Yep. Plenty of time.
Yep, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I know his lawn loves him as well, because he looks after it so well. Travis Mayer. Have you not seen Travis Mayer's lawn?
It's beautiful.
It's immaculate.
Majestic.
Our results, 2:54 from Jonakowski. Travis Mayer just on the outside under the radar, 3:04. That's a good time. Tom Kingdon jumping ahead of a very fast starter, Sam Cournoyer. Looks like he's going to be doing the qualifiers. Unfortunately, we'll just see what Quinn Robinson has got to do in the final heats. So that will do it for our men's division. For our 4 heats, we'll get back to our final heats after our 5 heats of our pro women. They are coming up next, so don't go anywhere. More coming from the Drumsheds in the north of London. Tour stop number 1. We'll be back in a minute.
She makes her way approaching the rapper. Copenhagen together, ready to get on your feet. Make some noise.
Welcome back to the Drumsheds. It is day number 3, tour stop number 1 of season 2, 2026 World Fitness Project, and part of the World Fitness Tour. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez, and Katrin Davidsdottir with you. Lauren Smith will join us on the competition floor a little bit later on. And we've seen some mad men's results so far from our 4 heats. We are going to get to our 5 heats of our pro women before we cast our attention back to our final heat of our men. But our standings currently for our pro women, Amy Kringle with a little bit of breathing space over Laura Horvath and Emma Tall. Vorthermo still holding on to that 4th spot, and Ella Wilkinson jumping into 6th. Matilda Garnes, it's moving day. What can she do with this one? We're about to find out.
We've still seen some, decent point spreads amongst those women in the top 10, but a lot up for grabs. And like you said, Matilda, she's the top ranked challenger right now, so could earn herself a guaranteed trip to Indianapolis in August.
How much does that spur you on as a challenger coming in and that little carrot getting dangled in front of you?
I mean, we've talked about it so many times over this weekend of just the boost that it gives you and also the extra training that it gives you to not have to do the qualifiers. You just get to focus on your training and preparing to ultimately show up your best at the competition. Like, it's so meaningful. And also looking at this last event, I know we're talking kind of about the point spread, but it's kind of a workout that anything can happen. And so even like looking at that, or, looking at a 30-point point spread, that can, I'm not going to say it can easily be made up, but it can be made up. Hope is a powerful thing.
It is.
Heat number 1 of our pro women about to hit the competition floor. And for the final time, let's welcome them out.
Lane number 9, Sara Sigmundsdottir, Iceland. Lane number 8, Vivian Marie Christian, Germany. Lane number 3, Marika Seppele, Finland. Lane number 7, MD Gush, United Kingdom. Lane number 4, Valentina Magalotti, Italy. Lane number 6, Ingrid Tonsel, Norway. Lane number 5, Weslemoy Kolstad, Norway.
The first of our pro women's heats. And Linda Keishmon not going to be taking on Pro 6 either. Self-preservation's going to jump in. And it's a tough one. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious.
Yeah, 3 rounds of 25 power snatches, 9 meters overhead walking lunge with the barbell, 55 pounds for the women. It's going to be quick, like you said.
Weslemoy Kolstad, part of the cricket training group, and Ingrid Sondel, she is going to tear this to shreds if that wrist can hold up.
You mentioned her ability to barbell cycle as well as the stature. She's one of the smaller athletes. It's going to make a difference for sure.
Magalotti, short-statured as well. How much are you willing to hurt?
It's a good question.
You don't even think about it at this point. You just go.
Underway for the first heat of our women, the blueprint presented by WIT.
Unbroken is the mindset. Attack it like you're not going to put the barbell down. And the rule of 1, once you do hit that wall and you're starting to doubt yourself, just convince yourself 1 rep at a time, 1 rep at a time, all the way through to the finish.
Tondel moving crazy quick, almost 2-1 over MD Gooch.
Well, and that's huge, right? Because we saw how much cycle rate matters on the men's side. Jonakoski did not go unbroken on that. but he was still able to beat someone who did go unbroken in Travis Mayer simply because his cycle rate was faster.
Tondel, 1 rep to go and underway. That wrist is looking in good shape. Magalotti chasing down your leader. Top 3 highlighted coming in. Tondel, Colstar, and Magalotti are the 3 that are your leaders after the first minute of Pro 6. Magalotti moving that barbell with ease. Tondel slowing down a little. At what point does it become unbearable to keep moving it? It's obviously in that 3rd round where we've seen the wheels fall off the males.
It's this type of workout is kind of funny because it's not like it becomes unbearable. You go so fast and you're not thinking about it, and then there's a certain point that it just hits you like a brick and you don't even realize it, but your body just stops moving. So it's not like you're ever sitting in it and suffering. And for some people, it'll hurt more after. For some, it hits them on, the second half of the second round or starting round 3 like we saw with Sam.
There's also a point where like the smaller movers as far as muscles start to take the hit, right? Like you can't feel your hands, you can't feel your arms.
Yes.
You're unsure of where the bar is in space. So it really becomes hard to trust that you're actually going to get it there as well, even though it's still light. And if you were looking at it from the outside in, you'd probably realize, oh yeah, I still got some more in the tank.
Yes.
Valentina Magalotti still plowing on. The pain face from Ingrid Tondel telling a story. The ponytail whipping around a fair bit. But Magalotti continuing. The Italian pushing the boundaries. We're looking for a sub-3 time. Magalotti taking a break.
But that was a quick one, just enough to let the bar settle right back on it.
She's so close.
Tondel pushing hard, but it's going to be Magalotti to get to the lunge first. And the shoulder fatigue. Tondel about to finish up. Valentina Magalotti, the Italian. Oh, game face is on. There is going to be no stopping her. Tondel has to go back. MD Gooch is going to be coming home second behind Valentina Magalotti. Veshlemoy Koltsar is going to be 3rd. And Tondel has really pushed the boundaries. And that hurts. Vivian Marie Christian. Sarah Sigmundsson in. Marika Seppala still to finish. But Valentina, just that quick break of about 1, maybe 1.5 seconds.
It wasn't much more than letting the bar settle as Zubreath exhales, go down and grab it.
A 3:11 out the gates.
Yeah.
Quicker time than our first heat of the males.
just happy to be done.
It obviously feels better suffering together rather than alone.
Exactly, and just having your teammates right there to just, we went through this together.
Shared suffering is a powerful adhesive.
But if you train together so much and you're within that group, you get used to probably suffering together a fair bit. Marika Seppala all done at 4:44. And some good going from Heat 1 of our pro women. Valentina Magalotti. Impressive.
Very impressive.
Well, as we've seen in previous heats of the men, the athlete that comes out hot first isn't always the one that's able to hold on. Ingrid Tondel came out firing on all cylinders, unbroken up through that first round, but the wheels started to come off late, and it was Valentina Magalotti able to get to the finish line first in a hot start to this women's heat.
South America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Heights Sports Campus.
We've spoken about youth versus experience. Let's go with experience this time. Lauren Smith with a couple of our Masters athletes.
Valentina, you have had plenty of experience across various stages of competitive fitness. And as you look back on your weekend, what's really stood out to you? What has been your favorite parts?
My favorite part is the last workout because I know that I do well this workout, so I'm very happy to do it. So I'm so happy to stay here because this event, the World Fitness Project, is one of the most goal of this my season for me this year. So I'm so happy to stay here.
Are you coming for a pro card?
Yeah, yeah. I hope, and this is another tour, so we will see.
We can't wait to see more of you. Congratulations, that was a great way to finish your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Em, you're one of the oldest athletes in the field, and you're still pulling out performances against people half our age. What's your favorite thing about proving what's possible?
Oh, doing it for all us plus 35s, you know, in the Masters out there. But yeah, you can still chase them. They'll kick you in the ass, but you know, you can still try. I've tried to really hang hard this weekend, save the best one to a last. That was probably the first one all weekend that I've managed to dial my mind into, to be honest, just thinking this is the last time you're out here. I think I am kind of hanging everything up after this. Just mentally, just not feeling that edge through the weekend. Just getting old. Getting old, I'm feeling it. The recovery is a lot slower, but yeah, loved it. A bit emotional, it's now finished, so yes, thank you.
I mean, you've had an incredible career in the Masters competition, and you've been quite a big part of the UK scene of competitive fitness. How many people have helped you along your way?
Okay, so mostly my crew up there. So my wife, my daughter, pretty much like one of my best mates there. He's come to watch over with his partner. We have a lot of people back home at the box at Coastal Fitness, supporting on this, you know, watching and there in the messages. So, but I don't particularly have a coach myself. We just kind of train together and cherry pick things. Yeah,
it's also my favorite way to train. Look, in terms of this being a stage in which you're going to bow out of your career, could you ask for much better?
Amazing. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Yep, I'm proud. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How good. I thought Lauren was going to get in trouble there with dropping that old word in there, but but our results, Magalotti 3:10, and that is a electric time.
Both of the top two women in that heat are Masters athletes, so
something to be said there.
Take that, youngsters.
Yeah. Heat 1 in the books for our pro women. We've got the next heat coming up about 90 seconds from now. Actually, I'm going to rephrase that. Let's go with 30 seconds just in case. Now coming up, we've got some shorter statured athletes as well. We've got Hannah Hardy coming up. So we've got those athletes. We've just seen Ingrid Tondel and Valentina Magalotti doing exactly what they needed to do with that short trajectory of that barbell and just cutting down the time to get to the finish line.
Exactly. So if you have that stature and then you have the endurance to keep going, we saw Magalotti set a 3:11. What a blazing time to hit us off with and for the rest of the women to chase.
For the next heat. In lane number 1, Hannah Hardy, United States. Lane number 9, Rika Diva, Norway. Lane number 2, Maribel Gallardo, Spain. Lane number 8, Blair Cheney, United States. Lane number 3, Dana Paran, United States. Lane number 7, Noortje Bleker, the Netherlands. Lane number 4, Jasmin van Arnhem, Belgium. Lane number 6, Caroline Prevost, Canada. And lane number 5, Pernille Christensen, Denmark.
Our lane assignments. It is heat 6, the second of our pro women. Dana Perrin knows exactly what a heavy barbell feels like. What's a light one feel like?
I'm pretty sure everything feels light to her.
True story, that. London Pro 6, we have got 7 minutes ahead of us.
You know what is going to feel light for her? A 55-pound barbell for 25 reps on that power snatch, and then 9 meters on the overhead walking lunge. You do that 3 times, you got yourself Pro 6.
Noche Blaker, part of season 1 for the World Fitness Project.
Pernille Christensen, Danish athlete here, good with barbell cycling.
Part of Butcher's Lab, big hub of fitness. Our ladies underway. WIT is inspired by training not just as a path to fitness, but as a powerful means of personal and community growth and its capacity to change lives. WIT is training. Our ladies off to work already, chasing down 3 minutes, 10 seconds from Valentina Magalotti.
Well, speaking of Masters athletes doing well in this, I'm looking at Caroline Prevost and looking at her cycle rate. If she keeps this up, I think we might see her third one setting a fast time to beat.
I was just about to say the standard of the Masters athlete has obviously increased over the years.
And
it's obviously something to be very proud of as you progress through the age divisions, but to stick it to the rest of the field in your heat, that's got to be good news.
Exactly. And I honestly sometimes, saying Caroline Prevost, Masters athlete, she has been a phenomenal athlete in the open women's category for years. So maybe saying Masters athlete is taking away so much of what she has accomplished, and she's been such a phenomenal athlete. She simply has gained more experience than the rest.
And she's an amazing all-around athlete. I think she's been a national champion in Canada in like 5 different sports.
Amazing.
Now, the thing that I've just noticed from Prevost doing in lane number 6 in the black and green, she's actually jumping off the floor a little. Now, I didn't see that too much. There was a lot of muscle snatching going on from both our men and our women, but jumping.
I think she's just getting fatigued, to be honest.
But what better way to minimize fatigue by jumping off the floor?
Well, it goes back to the toolkit, right, that Kat was talking about and trying to build. You got to have a bunch of different techniques and approaches to the same movement in their toolkit. And as she goes right into unbroken, able to adjust, going from that muscle snatch right into more of a power snatch, being able to, drop right down from the top, no hesitation whatsoever.
Caroline Prevost.
Yeah, I think the easiest way we can all relate to that is thinking about wall balls. You start doing wall balls and your heels are on the ground, and as soon as you start getting tired, instead of dropping it, you kind of start jumping a little to reach the height, which is exactly what she's doing to hold on to that barbell. She's just trying to keep going, and she's so close.
And she's going to be very close to the fastest time from Valentina Magalotti. 3:10 we're looking at. Caroline Prevost, she is going to be dancing with that line. 9 meters of overhead lunging remaining. Caroline Prevost has got 10 seconds to get over that finish line. The fastest time so far. Masters athletes, 1, 2, and 3 of our fastest times. And I reckon she's probably got it.
That's resilience at its finest.
Dana Perrin. Yes, light barbells are easy as well. But 3 of our top times from our Masters athletes. Come on, youngsters, what are you doing?
I didn't see Prevo put the bar down, did you?
No.
No. Blair Cheney is done. Jasmine Van Arnhem is in. Gallardo, Christensen, Hannah Hardy expected to do well, and she did. Kivog and Blaker finish up heat number 6. Carolyn Prevost.
Did she have a nosebleed?
Ooh, I think so. That's how fast and hard she went.
I'm hoping that's from the temperature and not from the barbell.
Oh, could you imagine?
Maybe she kept it so close. Oh.
But still didn't put the barbell down.
That only adds to the lore. I hit myself in the face with a barbell. Oh yeah? Well, what'd you do after? I don't know. 75 snatches.
And official time, 3:09, Caroline Prevost.
What a tremendous effort from her. Nose bleeding, muscles tightening up, no problem. Still gets to the finish line unbroken.
The World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
More Masters athletes getting interviewed as well. Let's head down to the competition floor with Lauren Smith. Caroline Prevost.
Caroline, is your nose okay?
Yeah, I hit my nose on the way down on the second set of 25, and it started bleeding. Well, I guess it's still bleeding right now.
It's okay, hockey background. You're no stranger to a little bit of blood. Look, did you know that Dana Perrin was so close to you? You guys have had a great relationship. You stayed together this weekend. So for you both to close that out, what a fun way to end.
Yeah, she's such a strong competitor. I knew this was a great one for her. She likes hinging as much as I do. She's much better at load, and I like hinging for reps. So this was more my style, but I knew she was going to be right there with me on this one, so it was cool to finish out the weekend together.
Now, you have come into this off the back of Legends, where you won your category. Congratulations. But you've had to take a huge amount of time away from your job, and you were telling me earlier it's making you feel like super anxious to get back to work.
Yeah, so I'm a high school teacher, math and fitness. Actually, shout out to my CrossFit affiliate, CrossFit Gage at school. Yeah, it was very stressful. I wasn't sure whether I was going to be able to take the time off to come here. And one of my coworkers said that she would take my math classes. And that solidified the decision to make my way here to be able to compete this weekend.
Well, you're collecting valuable points. Does it feel worth it?
Absolutely. This is a great experience. It's been a really well-run weekend. I've done a lot of competitions over the years. The broadcast has been great. It's run on time. The production behind everything. It's really awesome to make us feel like pros, even though we're challengers. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the season and hoping to go to Tour 2.
I mean, Tour 2, yes. But how much ambition to chase a pro card for next season?
I mean, that's always the goal. So I've accomplished one of my goals last weekend to make it back to the games in the Masters division. And then goal number 2 now is to try to get a pro card.
I love it. We can't wait to see it. Congratulations this weekend.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Here, Caroline Prevost.
I agree, and that, I don't know. Now I might have a new favorite athlete.
Same. I need a new math teacher. I suffered at math as a kid.
Not my subject either.
Fitness, yes. Math, not so much. Caroline Prevost, impressive performance. Sam Cornforth.
You see him in the back?
I saw Sam. Sam, we saw you.
Oh.
And our results, Caroline Prevost, 3:09 milliseconds ahead of Valentina Magalotti and Dana Perrin. Dana now sitting in third place. Overall, Hannah Hardy with a good result as well, 3:30. And not too far away from bringing our next heat onto the competition floor, I'm going to throw a name to you for our next heat, Amanda Jobs.
Oh, okay.
Short-statured, plenty of ticker, and plenty of grit and determination. We saw what she could do, and I can't wait. If she does do well, we need another interview.
Yeah. I was,
Oh, yes.
I was going to say maybe Connie Easby in this next one. Had a good finish a couple days ago. I think maybe trying to come back from the mistake on the bag where she had to do an extra length might be a good motivating factor here.
Extra lengths.
Yeah, 2 extra lengths. Oof. Oh,
but
brutal.
It shows the character of who you are and how you bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much the setback, it's a comeback.
Yep, absolutely.
Athletes about to hit the floor, and plenty of people in here at the Drumsheds in the north of London. It is our final day, unfortunately. I can't believe it's gone.
How does it always happen this fast? Suddenly it's Sunday. You blink and it's Sunday, and we're on our final workout.
It's
I was
ridiculous.
getting a little sad.
Yeah. And then the post-event depression kicks in a couple of days after, and it's just like, oh, yeah. But heat number 7.
We get to enjoy it first.
Yes, we do. Heat 7 on the way.
Lane 10, Nicole Hare, Switzerland. Lane 1, Julia Jakobsen, Germany. Lane 9, Sydney Mikulishin, Canada. Lane number 2, Manon Angones, Belgium. Lane number 8, Amanda Fisher, United States. Lane 3, Fee Sagafi, United States. Lane number 7, Anja Keller, Germany. Lane 4, Amanda Jobs, Sweden. Lane number 6, Elena Carratala, Spain. Lane number 5, Connie Easby, United Kingdom. 1 minute.
Elena Simons for heat number 7. Elena Carratala, what has she got in the tank after that great win in Pro 5? Connie Easby, Amanda Jobs. It's going to be a tight one, and it is the final workout for our pro women. It is London Pro 6.
3 total rounds of 25 power snatches and 9 meters with the walking lunge. With that barbell overhead, athletes will march right down the field of play in a straight line.
Really is no better way to end a competition than with a lunge to the finish line.
It's become a classic. See Manon, a good kind of bounce back result. Women's Pro 5.
Underway. 7 minutes away or less. The blueprints. How best to get through this one? Presented by Witt.
Well, you're going to have an unbroken mindset with just how fast and aggressive this one is. Convince yourself that you're not going to put that barbell down, and even as you get to the margins of your abilities, mentally convince yourself one more rep, even as you get close, because that's what it's going to take to get the job done.
Interestingly, Fee Sagafi taking a quick break mid-first set. Just a strategic break. There she lets it settle again. 2 breaks in the first set for Fee Sagafi.
She's also has a very wide stance, so interesting. She's not in a traditional like power stance that you would to be able to drive and with the legs, but shortening the overall distance the barbell has to travel.
And we've seen a lot of variations, both with the foot stance, but also with the grip of which they're holding the barbell.
Elena Carratala getting straight back to where she kicked off from Pro 5. 100 points. And gee, that's an important 100 points for her as well. But interestingly, Fee Sagafi keeping up with Elena Carratala. Nicole Hare on the outside. That ankle must be absolutely hating these lunges.
Look at Fee's cycle rate. She is cycling this barbell so fast that even with her breaking up,
it's obvious it's a strategy, and it's working for her.
That's calculated. That's something that they practiced, something she knows.
I'd be curious to see if she planned it for the first two to see if she can now gun it on round 3 and make a big move.
Amanda Jobs, Elena Karathala, Fisa Garfi 10 seconds ahead of that time from Caroline Prevost, who didn't put the barbell down.
No, but the cycle rate was slower. So Fee understanding that you don't have to go unbroken, but if you really continue to punch it hard with the cycle rate, it won't matter. You will be able to keep pace with some of the top times.
Fisa Garfi, have a look for her to finish strong. Amanda Jobs, that cycle rate just a little bit slower, and Elena Karathala just starting to fall off the pace a little bit. Fee, another strategic break. Karathala.
Very prudent in how fast she gets her hands back to the bar.
Jobs is pushing hard. Fisa Garfi.
Wow, rep for rep.
Oh, this is going to be a tight one as well. 3:09. Our time to beat from Caroline Prevost. Amanda Jobs, she is off. Fisa Garfi. Oh, no rep. Fisa Garfi is going to take this one out. It won't be the fastest time overall, but it will be a heat win. 3 lunges remaining for Fisa Garfi. And what a performance. And hey, strategy on point, Fisa Garfi.
Nicely executed.
Amanda Jobs in, Elena Karathala. Sydney Mikulishin at the top of screen as well. Julia Jakobsen getting done as well. Anya Keller. Amanda Fisher will be next done, as will Manon Agones and Connie Easby. Still battling with a massive amount of muscle fatigue. Nicole Hare battling that ankle. And you can just tell at the top of every rep from Nicole Hare. And no rep from Hare as Easby finishes. And with an ankle that's dodgy, lunging is probably the last thing you want to be doing with a barbell overhead.
You're putting that ankle and foot out on an island in terms of loading and balance. That's tough.
Nicole Hare.
Credit to Nicole for just finishing.
4:38, still a very decent finish, but Fisa Garfi.
Very strategic.
The world just got a whole lot smilier. Loved her strategy from the get-go. I thought it might have been a mistake, but breaking it twice every set.
Very intentional, as most of these athletes were coming out firing, trying to go unbroken. Elena Karathala did that and was in the lead, but Fisa Garfi using that wide stance, wide grip, and strategic breaks throughout. You know what? That kept her fresh towards the end of this workout, where she was able to avoid failure, avoid no reps, and get herself to the finish mat first. Great job, Fee.
South America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Smile and the world smiles with you. And Lauren Smith smiling with Fisa Garfi.
It's hard not to smile around Fisa Garfi. Fee, that was unbelievable. Pacing strategy completely on point. The breaks and the composure when you pulled ahead at the end there. How pre-planned, how much was practiced? How did it all come together?
It was straight to strategy. I don't know if you guys saw the last event that didn't go to strategy with the fail. So the entire time, I'm just thinking about cross the line. And that's all that was in my head. Sticking to it. I had nothing to lose. Things have been going exactly my way, but the way that they've needed to go to learn a lot this weekend. So what a joy to just something go well today.
We spoke about it earlier in the week, your alter ego when you're out on floor. Who is she?
I haven't given her a name, but man, when I get out on the floor and there's the lights, the noise, the cheers, like this fire comes out of me, and you asked, who is that? And honestly, the fire is just passion for the sport and love. That's just love. And you can't really break love, no matter how much you try to bury it and push it down. So I think that's just what you guys bring out of me.
I absolutely love that, especially when we saw you heartbreakingly in Copenhagen managing your shoulder injury. Has it been a tough journey to get back to this incredible version of yourself?
Denmark was so hard just because I've never experienced having to be so vulnerable publicly. Injuries happen all the time. Everyone in the back, whether you guys know it or not, we're dealing with it. It's just a matter of how well can I hide it, and really I couldn't hide it in Denmark. So the goal truly was to heal. This is actually the first time I'm doing anything with volume and this much intensity when it comes to the shoulder movements. So it's just been a great time to express the journey and the progress, thanks to my coach and my husband and everyone that's been involved in that rebuilding. So this is just one of many stages, and hopefully I could come back to you guys a whole lot better.
Look, now you've got a special gift for some fans in the room. Do you want to tell us what you want to do with your incredible poster?
There's posters outside, and I got this one. I don't know if anyone wants it, but if someone would like it. Is there someone? I saw that girl over there. I want to give it to her because I saw her first.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Fisa Gaffi.
And plenty of love as well.
Forget the T-shirt cannon. You got the poster straight from the hands of your favorite athlete.
Heat 7 in the books. Still Caroline Prevost with that time to beat, 3:09. Our results. Fisa Gaffi, 3:16. Lena Karathala in that second position, but Amanda Jobs down the bottom. Her time not registered. So we'll have to wait for official results. Make sure you head to competitioncorner.net for all your official results. A couple of athletes that are coming up in this one. Two in particular, Leah Storen and Ariel Lowen.
I want to throw Better Girls Bjørnsdottir in the mix, the little rocket ship.
So we'll have to wait and see what's about to happen. Our second to last heat about to hit the competition floor. And are we going to go any faster than 3:09?
Pro women.
I think we are, Jeremy.
Let's go.
Lane 10, Morgan Tisson, Belgium. Lane 1, Astrid Tint, Denmark. Lane number 9, Ariel Lowen, United States. Lane 2, Bergros Bjørnsdottir, Iceland. Lane number 8, Janie Chevry, Canada. Lane 3, Emily Rolfe, Canada. Lane number 7, Sydney Wells, United States. Lane 4, Jennifer Muir, Scotland. Lane 6, Hannah Black, United States. And lane number 5, Lea Storen, Norway.
This is Heat 8, our second to last heat of our pro women before we get to our final heat of our men. As I mentioned, Leah Storen, Ariel Lowen, but Bergros Bjørnsdottir, Here we go. London Pro 6, the final workout of the competition.
3 total rounds, 4 time of 25 power snatches, and some overhead walking lunge with that barbell. Athletes will basically march their way down the field to the finish line. Leah Storen has had some ups and downs this weekend. Good opportunity to finish on a high. Hannah Black, barbell should be no issue. Keeping the pace high, executing, that'll be the focus.
Oh, how about that for a stare down for Bergros?
That's a lady who likes to go fast.
Witt is inspired by training not just as a path to fitness, but as a powerful means of personal and community growth and its capacity to change lives. Witt is training. Jen Muir, a very wide stance in lane number 4. Trying to cut down that time. We know how heavy she can go with a deadlift, so the barbell shouldn't be a problem. Now, is that a good strategy to cut down the time that the barbell has got to be moving?
I don't know. We've seen it a couple of times and it worked for Fee, but I'm also wondering if we don't train in that stance, and so it's not something that our body is used to.
Bergros, Bjornsdotter. Oh, come on, let's go.
Just moving with speed.
Now the problem is going to be, is she going to go too hot and get to that last set, and it's going to bite?
The reason I do believe in her, and I very quickly was like, I want to throw her in the mix. We saw in a quarterfinals workout just recently, she did set the worldwide time to beat. It was in a shuttle run or red squat burpee workout. It was a sprint. She does love that, and she does do well with that time to man. So she can sustain a pretty sprinty output for a long time. And she's got grit.
And young as well, so she probably hasn't experienced that Randy type of
Oh,
workout.
it's going to hit her like, uh-oh, and she's going to have the grit to push through. And
Bergros.
sometimes being young, it's almost better to not know what's going to happen. It's just going to hit you, and then you're going to want to push through.
20 seconds ahead, Bergros Bjornsdotter ahead of Caroline Prevost. And now I think that good old...
This is it. It's
the good old fish to the face. Bam.
It looks like she adjusted her grip just a little bit in.
I would like to see her drop under. There we go. She drops under, she'll be able to finish.
3:09 is our time to beat. And another break from Bjornsdotter. Sydney Wells now jumping into the lead.
We know the Wells sisters can pull.
Morgan
Sydney finishing off strong.
Morgan Tisson's doing well in lane number 10 in all black. Who is going to be the first to move?
Let's go, Sydney.
Sydney's sister Brooks' announcement to the world at the CrossFit high level stage was at Randy at regionals when she won that for the Central Regional in 2015.
Sydney Wells.
She's up.
Sydney Wells.
Oh,
it's going to be close. And it is going to be our fastest time. Sydney Wells at a 3:03. Jen Muir getting in just behind Morgan Tissons. And Bjornsdotter is in with a very respectable 4th, ahead of Emily Rolfe and Hannah Black. Leah Storen gets finished just behind Janie Chevrier. Astra Tindersen and Ariel Lowen with the last couple of reps to go. No sub 3 times, but gee, we are getting close. Ariel Lowen is going to finish just after 4 minutes. And probably not the weekend she wanted. But definitely the finish Sydney Wells wanted.
Hey.
.303. Didn't she come home quick?
It was really the back half of that, too, is where Sydney closed strong. Early on, Bergros Bjorn's daughter going unbroken, fast cycle rate through the first 50 reps on the snatch. But once she got through the lunge and into the third round, the grip started to fail her. That opened up the door for a handful of athletes, including Sydney Wells, who stayed steady, stayed smooth, and able to get through the lunge first, and probably the best finish of her weekend.
Sydney Wells, incredible performance. 3:04 official time. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
She's just, she's fixing the black on my face. I'm not even sure how that's happened. Sydney, what a way to close out your weekend. I know life has thrown some pretty big challenges recently. So how happy are you to come out, perform, and put on a show?
Yeah, it's honestly been a huge change in perspective. It just feels like such a gift to even be here. And just life is crazy right now. So I'm just not taking anything like this for granted.
You have been mixing up your training recently as well. You have qualified for Worlds in High Rocks with 2 different partners at this stage. How's it paying off, and how are you balancing the functional fitness and the hybrid style of training?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like, coming into this weekend, I didn't really know what to expect because of the transitions that I've made, but it seemed to paying off more than I had expected, so I'm really happy about that.
What's going to be your biggest takeaway from this weekend?
Just honestly soaking it in and having fun and using these opportunities to my advantage.
You're the only Wells on the floor nowadays. Does it feel a little bit different?
Yeah, it's actually so weird. I'm like, where's Brooke? Oh, wait, she is in the back being my coach this weekend, which has been fun, but it's really a different dynamic.
What's been your favorite thing about having your sister as a coach?
Oh, there's so many. Honestly, just like before, we would never talk strategy. It was kind of like we were competitors. And now I'm going to her and I'm being like, how would you approach this workout? And it's really nice and beneficial to have her opinion.
Amazing stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you over your neck of the woods stateside soon, but congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sydney Wells, impressive, 3:04. And there's super coach Brooke Wells. Must feel so good when you're not on the floor anymore and it's, I can breathe a little bit easier.
If I put myself in Brooke's shoes, I actually think she's more nervous now, like watching Sydney and just wanting so much for her. When you're out on the floor, you're in full control.
Sydney Wells, 3:04. Morgan Tissons, that is an impressive performance from her at 3:06. Jen Muir at wide stance seems to have paid off at 3:07. Still no sub 3 times, but we are getting very, very close.
We're flirting with it, and those 3 women closed extremely well in that last heat. If you start to tie together what we've seen from some of the athletes at the front end going aggressive, and those 3 women being able to close the perfect blend, I think will get us underneath 3 minutes.
Our final heat for our pro women, and then we'll get to our pro men, but let's talk our pro women first. What an exciting race we have got to the end of
to the finale.
Tour stop number 1. You couldn't have scripted it much better, could you?
No, and we're kind of picking up where we left off. I've said that before, you know, the battle between Laura and Amy. I think the biggest point of growth for Amy, too, is you look back at the 2025 season, she's just racking up podiums across the board. But can she get over the hump of actually being able to win? Getting that ability to close the door and win is a whole nother level, I think. You get content with podiums and getting hardware every time you show up, but being the lead dog, being the lead athlete, and being able to lead from that front position is the next step for her, at least, and I think she's very capable of it. And I think we've seen more of that here. There's one workout left to kind of finish that job as far as doing so, but so far she's been able to hang tough and actually build upon her lead with Laura as the competition has grown along. 19
points between Laura and Amy. There's that enough of a buffer, I suppose, so you know how many placings you can drop potentially if you need to, but I don't think that's going to be in her sights. Let's talk about staying at the top and trying to get there. So Laura at the top currently is our 2025 champ. Amy on the way, and she's been thereabouts. And how do you pull yourself out of Copenhagen last year, you're Amy Kringle, and go, you know what? That's just a learning experience. We're going to move on now and push to season 2026.
Well, I don't even think she has to look at it as a learning experience. She tied in points. She was right there. She only lost by a tiebreak, so she should have. And I think she does. She is showcasing that she has the confidence and she has the courage to go for it. Because right as Tommy was saying, it takes courage to go for a win. You're putting yourself out there. You're putting yourself out there in a way that you might lose. You might not come out on top, but at least you're trying. And I feel like both these ladies, and I'm going to put Emma Tall in the mix there too, they're trying to win.
Oh, big time. And Emma Tall's had a very good weekend, now feeling 100% and not having that niggling shoulder injury plague her throughout a season. And she's had time to get that right. And we've seen the rewards of what a good performance and a good body feels like. And she's out there mixing it with the top two.
Well, we had glimpses of that last year, right? Very similar to what we saw from Pat Vellner, where there were times where she was really struggling to do everything to her normal capacity. And then an entire tour stop where, hey, she was right in the mix and a podium contender and able to showcase what she's capable of when healthy. Now we're getting to see a little bit of that, but at the start of the season, hopefully it's something she's able to carry throughout, because the last thing you want is to go back into that cycle of not being able to trust your body, wondering throughout the year if you're ever going to get back to that point, and just hoping that something new is going to get you over that hump and make a difference.
Talk cricket training just for a second, just because we've got Vorthem and Mo, Uda Ludekvam, and also Matilda Garnes in the mix. Matilda is definitely going to be one to watch, considering she is the top challenger. No qualifiers if she can hold on to that position. Vor's in fourth. Can she hang on to that spot? And what can Ella Wilkinson do on the move up in front of a home crowd?
I know, with all these women, I feel like we're seeing a new woman show up, if that makes sense. I think we know these athletes, we've seen these women compete, and we have certain expectations of them. And I feel like this weekend, this year, they've been showing up and they've been blowing past these expectations. And that happens with athletes. There's a certain point in an athlete's career where you kind of, you flip that page, and, you know, instead of having some good finishes, you start being very consistent with those good finishes. You start putting yourself in the conversation about podium spots, about being the best in the sport. And I feel like with these women, they're starting to kind of do that. And so I feel like they're really raising the bar for themselves, for their own expectations of what they can do. And I'm excited to see that.
A couple of our Masters athletes doing extremely well in our early heats, especially of our pro women division. Where do things sit? Obviously, Bergros Bjornsdotter coming in with a very good result. She was probably about 30-odd seconds short of where she needed to be. But what a great thing to do, to have that ability and the confidence to go out and attack that and go, hey, here I am.
Yes.
Let's see what I'm capable of. Exactly
try
right.
And see, and now she knows, and she's so young, and there's so much ahead of her, and these are all things that she just takes, she learns from, and she has years and years of showing up and utilizing what she's learned. And she has a lot of training ahead of her to continue to build on endurance, build on movement patterns. She's got the whole future ahead of her.
Oh, I can't wait to see what her progress looks like, and I'm sure it's just going to be upwards. If you're from Iceland, the sky's the limit.
It's up and down, but overall, let's hope it goes up.
Oh, it has been a very exciting weekend. Ryan Jevning reflecting on what's been a good weekend here in London. It is tour stop number 1, tour stop 2, Grand Park from Indiana. And let's slow down to Joe Siastula on the competition floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, London, get ready for your final pro women's heats. But before we start, take a look at the screens because we have a surprise for you. In lane number 10, Lydia Fish, United States. Lane number 1, Olivia Kerstetter, United States. Lane number 9, Uda Lukavana, Norway. Lane number 2, Matilda Oyenganis, Norway. In lane number 8, Andrea Solberg, Norway. Lane number 3, Ella Wilkinson, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Emma Toll, Sweden. In lane number 4, Morfman Mo, Norway. In lane number 6, and overall leader, give it up for Amy Kringle, United Kingdom. And in lane number 5, Laura Hova for Hungary. 1 minute.
This is heat number 9 and your lane assignments for our final heats of our pro women. Our second last heat of the day and our first tour stop will be in the books. The final workout, London Pro 6.
One last time, these women are going to tackle 3 rounds of 25 snatches and then an overhead barbell walking lunge with 55 pounds on the barbell. Look of focus from Vorterm and Mo. Amy Kringle, a chance to do something new in her career, win a major competition. Matilda Garnes could earn a spot to Indy here.
We are underway. 3 minutes and 4 seconds, our time to beat from Sydney Wells. From heat number 8. And this is going to be a sub-3 time, but who is going to take it? Push the boundaries of what is capable. And Amy Kringle, who's currently 19 points ahead of Laura Horvath, with a big gap back to Emma Toll in 3rd.
And Amy is ripping it right now. Bar right to the ground. No hesitation at the thigh. That bar's almost moving in a straight path directly to overhead. It's speed.
Look, oh. Matilda Garnes.
Matilda Garnes getting called back before she starts that lunge. But still managing somehow. Oh, no. Livia Kerstetter getting sent all the way back.
Wow, didn't put the barbell down,
that's
though.
Costly.
And great experience from Kerstetter to continue on. That is just going to be a bit of a glitch in the matrix for her. As Amy Kringle continues on, she is your leader, but that lead changing. Uda Ludekvam, Andrea Solberg and Amy Kringle battling it out. Matilda Garnes, the widest stance and drop underneath.
Here, second half of the snatches, and round 2 is kind of where we've been seeing it.
In the back,
who can keep up pace? Who can go?
In the background on the big screen, the number in green will let you know who is leading. Kringle is finishing way ahead of where Laura Horvath is currently, and she might be able to wrap up her first major event win. And this crowd is going to let you know exactly what they think about it as well. Hometown advantage for Amy Kringle. Sydney Wells still your leader. It matters not for Amy Kringle. She just needs to finish ahead of Laura Horvath, and she will wrap up tour stop number 1 for the World Fitness Project season number 2. Matilda Garnis has got everything on the line to grab the wild card to tour stop 2 at Grand Park coming up later this year. On the final rep, it is going to be a mad dash to the finish.
Whoa! Oda just so fast.
Andrea Solberg is in. Amy Kringle is going to wrap up her first win. Matilda Garnis has got the wild card as well. Krieger Training have done some remarkable stuff here this weekend. Vore, Thurman Moe is in. Laura Horvath. And Ella Wilkinson finishing up Kerstetter. What a comeback from her. Finishing just ahead of Lydia Fish in lane 10, and that is all she wrote.
Wow, what a march to the finish by Uda.
Unbelievable. Amy Kringle, take a bow.
Uda Lundekvam really overextended on that last lunge just to get the heel in front of the line. Great situational awareness, great grit there.
You're Amy Kringle right now. What are you feeling knowing that you've taken tour stop 1? How does it feel?
What I honestly think I think she kind of knows that she won. I think she wants the confirmation that you won. And I think you kind of sit there and kind of like, oh, like you're excited. Did I win? And I think she wants to hear her name.
Especially
hear her name that she's the winner.
Especially after last year's tiebreak finish for the overall points. I think she's going to wait until she hears her name spoken by our good pal Joe. But at the very least in this heat, plenty for her to celebrate because she knew she just had to beat the woman to her right in Laura Horvath, and she did just that. She executed it cleanly throughout the entirety of this workout. No mistakes, no breaks. And even though we saw Uda Lundekvam and Andrea Solberg get to the line first, it was something I think all 3 women could celebrate.
Great performance. And did you know, Tommy, that 20% of the women's field are Krieger Training, and I think they're all down with Lauren Smith.
I've not got quite 20% of them, but certainly the final heat. Andrea, let's start with you. This has just been an unbelievable competition for the Krieger team and for you. What's been the most enjoyable thing about throwing down amongst your teammates?
For me, it's just coming back here with my girls, and we have even more Krieger girls than last year. So this is really fun. It was a really good break from school.
Of course, because you're going back pretty much immediately to take a medical exam?
Something like that.
It sounds full on. Vore, off the back of Copenhagen, you gave yourself a mountain to climb, and you have lived up to every ounce of your own expectation this weekend. How does that feel?
It feels really good. I'm really proud, yeah.
Uda, you're one of the youngsters who has come through the Krieger system, and you are just dominating at the moment. How has this group brought the best out of you?
Well, we've just had so much fun in between events. And also, like in training, we share secrets and help each other be the best out there on the floor. So I think that's just so unique and good.
Yeah, I love this group. Matilda, with that performance, unofficially, I have to say at this stage, you have secured a wild card for the next tour stop. You don't need to do qualifiers. How much easier is that going to make your life?
Yeah, much easier for sure. Like,
my goal this year is to try to qualify for the games as well, and having to do a qualifier in between there would have messed training up a bit, so it's perfect. Yeah.
How have you enjoyed your WFP experience?
Oh, I enjoyed it so much. Being here with my Krieger girls, I had a big FOMO last year, seeing all of them out there, so it's been very special to share the floor with them and to be back. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to let you all hug now. Let's hear it one more time for Team Krieger.
Someone's cutting onions.
Oh, Jeremy, I feel like you're the Grinch. Your heart grew 3 sizes just now.
Oh, we've had some YOLO, we've had some FOMO, we've had all sorts of stuff today. And our overall results for Pro 6, Sydney Wells, 3:04, Morgan Tissons and Jen Muir, Ura Lundekvam, getting the fastest time from the final heats. But Bergros Bjornsdotter must be happy to see her in the top 10.
Yeah, I think she's very proud after this weekend.
Amy Kringle finishing in 9th, but will do enough. And we wait patiently for the final heat of the day. Yeah, there's a lot of emotion, and when you get to this point of the weekend, like surely there's nothing left in the nervous system.
There's nothing left, and whether you win or lose, like, you always need that kind of time away, that week after competition, to just let everything settle, to just rest and recover and regroup and go over what went well, what didn't go as planned. But it's always this it's a huge like letdown for sure.
Emotional dump. I know we get it once we do a weekend and we broadcast like a lot of hours throughout the weekend, and then the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's like, ugh.
Yeah, what just happened?
We've got to pick ourselves up a little bit and then carry on with our next weekend. But obviously, as an athlete, that's a lot worse because you're going through the mental, physical.
You also have the physical. You have the soreness to make through too.
So how long normally does that take as an athlete to sort of pick yourself up and dust yourself off a little bit? Depends, obviously.
It very much depends. And I think as a younger athlete, you're very eager to get back in the gym, especially if you have a bad weekend. You're like, I'm going in the gym tomorrow. And I think that's when you need a support system and the coach around you to be like, no. What you need right now is to rest. And I think as an older athlete, you kind of take that week a little more graciously. Thank you. I'll take my week, but I think it's good for the mind and for the body. And I think for the longevity of sport, especially the mind, to just allow yourself to take in the competition however that went, and for the longevity and improvement of your season, to take that week and then hit the gym running when you get back to it.
I love the addition of the wild card for the Challenger. We've got our top 20 pros that are signed, and then we've got our challengers. And Matilda Garnes grabbing, unofficially of course, that wild card to Tour Stop number 2. And as she said, not having to do the qualifiers is going to be massive, because that's a week she doesn't have to spend doing the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, with so much opportunity in the sport these days for athletes that want to get out there and compete, the unfortunate byproduct of that is that you have to consistently earn that place, and there's multiple ways to do that, but doing so here in competition and taking care of one of those steps and securing your future, at least in the WFP season for the next tour stop, is huge, because after that, if she puts up another performance like that, we're going to see her in Copenhagen. That's already taken care of. So we saw that happen last year with Fisa Gaffi in the first tour stop. We saw it with Colton Merton. So seeing that continue, I think, is a nice additional carrot dangled for these athletes to go out and get.
Oh, without doubt. And now thinking forward and moving ahead to our final heat of the day, we've got our men's division. It's our final heat, and Quinn Robinson in that same position as Matilda Garnes, finishing in 7th up until this point. All he's got to do is put in a very solid performance, maybe a top 10, top 12, and he's going to secure that spot, and probably exactly what he was after coming into this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, it's tough because it is in a workout like this where you can't really, take solace in that you might have it, quote unquote, locked up. You still got to go out there. You still got to drop the hammer here on this one. And everything that we've seen from Quinn so far has been, full speed and no surrender, up to the point where he, had some struggles, admittedly, even in that last interview where, he hit a few no reps and had to kind of take composure and take stock and come back strong. I think this is another opportunity for him to get one kind of underneath his belt and show that he can push to that brink and still succeed. And that's a huge, huge building point for him.
And for who he's competing against in this top 10, you've got obviously 5 of the best with James Sprague, Jack Farlow, Nate Ackerman, Ty Jenkins, all these athletes that are sitting there, too, to Magda in there as well. 5 athletes as in the teenage division that are way younger than you and have a massive future, a bit like Bergros Bjornsdotter. How do you compete when you're that little bit older, and how do you sort of adjust to what they're bringing to the table?
I mean, nothing wrong with teaching the youngsters a lesson, right? I mean, Quinn, what they may lack, what they may have in spades as far as like competitive experience, he's got life experience, you know, and I think there are ways to look at that and lean on that and your ability to handle stress, handle adversity, and rally around the fact that, like, hey, I may be a little bit older, but you know what? I'm just as fit, I'm just as capable here, and I'm going to show you.
Oh, we saw that in the first couple of heats of our pro women as well. Valentina Magalotti, here we go. Like, MJ Gooch is up there as well. So, hey.
I think on the women's side, we saw that the floor is an equalizer for age. It does not matter. It just matters how fast you go. And young or old, they were...
Old dog, new tricks?
Yeah, if you're ever worried about that, just go ask Sam Briggs. I think she'd have a thing or two to say about that, and she'll set you right.
Yeah, shame she's not here this weekend. Would have been great for her to sort of give us her experience on what she's gone through her career, because she was up against it and she put out some great performances as well, obviously. And we are getting very close. Let's head down to the competition floor. Josie Astula.
Ladies and gentlemen, London, make some noise for your final pro men heats and the 2026 signed pros. Lane number 10, Chris Ibarra, United States. In lane number 1, Chandler Smith, United States. Lane number 9, Quinn Robinson, United States. Lane number 2, Jack Barlow, Canada. Lane number 8, Ty Jenkins, United States. Lane number 3, Nate Ackerman, United States. Lane number 7, Anil Negai, Spain. Lane number 4, Tudor Magda, Romania. Lane number 6, and overall leader, Roman Krenikov, United States. And lane number 5, James Sprague, United States. 1 minute.
Our final heats of Tour Stop 1 from the Drumsheds in the north of London. It is season 2026 for the World Fitness Projects. And the 10 best men hitting the competition floor for the final time. London Pro 6.
3 rounds in total, 25 power snatches, an overhead barbell walking lunge, 9 meters each section. They're going to be flowing right down the competition floor to the finish line, 75 pounds in their hand. I'm going to see how James Sprague responds after a little bit of back and forth with Roman Krenikov and being reeled in on a few workouts. Anil Negai has been one of the big revelations so far this year, hanging tough in a podium spot.
For what is to come, I've not seen 10 gentlemen more excited to pick up a barbell.
Yeah, I'm feeling the butterflies for sure.
You'd see the look on their face, like they're racing to it going, it's like the Echo bike from yesterday. Tudor Magda off to a very quick start. James Sprague, Nate Ackerman. 3 of those teenagers I spoke about earlier. James Sprague, very Amy Kringle-esque in regards to barbell position.
His hands are all the way at the collars. He's got a little bit wider stance. And him and Tudor were basically in lockstep there.
Tudor Magda, he is off and very fast. If this is a pace he's going to be keeping, that 254 from Janikowski is going to be dust.
And remember, Koski got that 254 while taking 2 breaks. So Koski's advantage was cycle rate, and he was able to keep it up even with the break. So got to pay attention to how these athletes are turning that barbell over. And a break doesn't necessarily disqualify you from a top time.
We've also seen a lot of shifts happen second half of the workout, and Chandler Smith sitting in 4th right now. We know he did a 3-minute in training, which normally you tend to shave a couple seconds off in competition.
Tudor Magda is off. He will not be stopped. 4 seconds ahead of Janikowski is Tudor Magda. Final set. This is going to be lightning from Tudor Magda.
Tudor Magda wants it.
He is 40 points back from Anyola Kai. And depends on how results fall, he could potentially jump into a podium spot at Tour Stop 1. Tudor Magda, your current leader, just ahead of James Sprague, Nate Ackerman, and Chandler Smith. James Sprague could catch Roman Krenikov, but never discounts Roman Krenikov. Tudor Magda. Judge's hand in the air. It is going to be a fast time and way quicker
so fast
than Janikowski.
Oh!
1 to go. He was 1 short. He did a Matilda Garnes from the previous heats. I think it matters not. He's still going to get the quickest time. 100 points for Tudor Magda. Yes, come on. Nate Ackerman will be next. Chandler Smith. He's going to hit on 3 minutes.
Wow.
James Sprague is going to be next.
He needs people between him and Roman.
Roman's coming. Jack Barlow is done. Roman Krenikov finishes up. Ibarra is in. Quinn Robinson will look like he's wrapped up that wild card, and Yola Kai is in. And Ty Jenkins, the final athletes in our final heats, in our final workouts. Great stuff from all of our top 10 gentlemen in our final heats. It has been an incredible performance. And Jenkins gets finished up.
Woo!
But Tudor Magda, are you kidding me?
He lit that workout on fire.
Oh, and how tight across the whole men's field. I still don't know. Did James win? Did Roman win?
Yeah.
He needed some people between, and there were people in between, but how many?
That's also the secondary benefit of having a very fast race with close margins, because a slip up here and there could mean 4, 5, 6, 7 places, and with the way things are at the top, that could be the difference. Roman closed the gap. He was towards the back half of the heat to start. He started to reel some athletes in as we got later. Got close to James. Don't know if it'll be enough for James to be able to overtake Roman, but it's going to make it interesting.
I love interesting. Tudor, that was unbelievable speed. And at one stage, did he look like he was going to fail? Yes, he did jump 1 rep quicker, just like Matilda Garnes did for her first set. but having enough time to go back, doing that rep and restarting the lunge and still getting the quickest time is unbelievable.
And I'm not even sure it was one rep quicker. I think he was trying to move forward to the lunge as he was locking out that last one, so maybe he had to reset there. But early on, it was Tudor, it was James, it was a lot of the familiar faces all weekend long that have been battling it out. But Tudor Magda able to kind of pull ahead into that second round. He never set the barbell down, and he set the world on fire with a 100-point performance to close out the weekend.
Absolutely outstanding, impressive performance from Tudor Magda. He is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Tudor, that was absolutely unbelievable. You have done everything you can to put yourself in position for a podium. How bad did you want that?
All I thought about was my family supporting me here at home in Washington. My little brother, his birthday was yesterday. I was thinking about you the whole time, and I'm just grateful to be here. You know, last weekend I did another competition. I had one of the worst days of competition I've in my life, and I was questioning what my why was. But here, reminding myself about my family, my morals, my values, and my God, and just let it all out there. Last event.
I feel like you laid it all out there the entire weekend. You came into day number 2 leading the overall, which I imagine hasn't happened in elite competition for you before. Hit a bit of a stumbling block, showed unbelievable maturity to pull it back to this stage. How proud of yourself are you for that?
Yeah, it's a constant work in progress. I'm going to take so many notes from this weekend into training for the next competition coming up. So I'm just grateful to be on this floor, giving it my all each event. No matter what happens, even if I have a poor finish, bounce back to the next one. That's the most important thing, is to stand, get right back up. So.
There's been some great placing on the lanes. Yourself and James Sprague next to each other nearly every single workout. And you guys have got a great origin story. Can you tell us about it and how fun it is to go shoulder to shoulder with him?
One of the biggest reasons why I'm out here competing is because of James. We push each other. We have such a strong bond because we do this together. And this is like the first competition I was with him in every heat. You cherish these moments forever.
You put on such an unbelievable display this weekend. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you, and time will tell. Great job out there.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
Unbelievable performance from Tudor Magda. You mentioned he set it on fire. Like, I think it's still burning out there because he was red hot. And as he said, the comeback, way better than the setback.
Well, and giving so much context and perspective to that performance, in that he had one of the worst competitive days of his career. And the end result was not him backing away or stepping away from the moment. It was him stepping up to the moment and reassuring and, re-solidifying why he's out here. And sometimes that little bit of reflection and time looking inward can yield great things. And it's very clear that when he does that and when he's at his best, great things are in front of Tudor Magda. And that's just an awesome way to close out a weekend and coming out in an international competition like this at the head of a long season.
Massive, and we saw that for the women's division as well, and right throughout our team division we've had a massive 3 days sitting here in the booth and just commentating on everything that we've seen. Kat, your absolute highlight of the 3 days?
I think my absolute highlight is just seeing the battle between the athletes. I think as an athlete, we kind of touched on it briefly, you don't want to have things handed to you. Like, if you were told, if you're in training, you're going to be told, you're going to win this at the end, and nobody's going to fight you for it. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean for it means nothing. You want to have to fight for it. You want it to be worth something, and you want to be tested and challenged. And for these athletes to put this much into their training, put so much of themselves into this, it's highs, there's lows, there's challenges that they have to push and to pull through, to then get to break through, to then get to have somebody else come and meet you in that challenge and fight you in that. And it's that challenge, win or lose, it's so great. It's harder to take the loss, 100,000,000% for sure. But to get to be in that battle, to get to have somebody else put this much of themselves into it and step onto the competition floor and be willing to go to battle with you, that's my favorite.
Oh,
love it.
Yeah, me too.
Top that, Tommy.
Yeah, good luck. We can wrap this up now. I think we're good. I need to go like lift some weights or something. I don't know.
Get fitter, stronger, something. It has been a wonderful 3 days of competition from the broadcast booth, and we have had a wonderful time bringing it to you on behalf of the entire crew here. Thank you for tuning in. And for Amy Bream, Lauren Smith, Tommy Marquez, and Katrin Davis-Dotter, I am Jeremy Austin, and we look forward to your company at tour stop number 2. In the meantime, we're going to throw it over to the desk. Derek, Annie, Pip, and Ed, they're going to break everything down and try and make some sense of all of this. But we'll see you at tour stop number 2, Indiana, Grand Park. We'll see you soon.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools. It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Welcome back into On the Pulse Live. What an incredible way to wrap up competition here in London, England, Tour Stop 1, Season 2. As a fan, I personally like when we've got some races and we don't quite know where people are going to shake out on the leaderboard, so we're going to have to spend some time to work things out as we get ready for the award ceremony here in just a little bit. I'm Derek Forrest from Left to Right, Annie Thorsdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. Let's talk about just the atmosphere, the environment of this workout. I'd asked you guys before, I didn't know if anybody would drop the bar. We've seen some people drop the bar. We've seen some people step over the line before picking the bar up, and it really made for some exciting finishes.
Absolutely. In a workout like this, oh my God, I still feel like my heart rate is high from watching this. And I don't even know who I am rooting for. I'm just yelling for anyone that is close to finishing. Just do your best, you know? I love how fired up you get at these sporting events, and especially with a finale like this. I also will get into it, but I also just have to say, we have had so many events this weekend that have had this all the way to the finish line. Who's going to take it, changing in lead, and no one, like if we look at just the female side on that workout, we could not say who was going to win this. Like that was so many things happened that, like you said, Derek, it's hard to know exactly how it's going to shape up on the leaderboard. You cannot make that math easily.
Yeah, and we said before the workout even started that they were going to have to show us how bad they wanted it. And boy, did they, because I saw some athletes absolutely put their bodies on the line to hold on to those bars. It didn't pay off for some, but I love that they went down trying, and that's what a final is all about.
Yeah, exactly. It's what a final is all about. So testament to the programming team for keeping that one in the back pocket for the final test of the weekend, because you've got a workout that's 3 minutes long. So seconds, can separate multiple places on the leaderboard. And again, I'm going to bring up again the point scoring system. We're talking 3 seconds can separate 20 points on the leaderboard. So what an amazing way to finish it off.
Yeah, and the thing about the point system, especially this year, you have to finish so far apart from each other to really separate with distance. We were talking before the show started, like if you look on the men's side of things, Tuta Magda wins that event, but he was sitting in 4th place, but he was substantial, 38, 39, 40 points, something like that behind Annual Akai. So was it enough, depending on where Annual finished, for him to hop? That's what makes things so interesting, and those are some of the things we're waiting for right now.
I mean, Annie, I keep on throwing it back to you because you have been in this position so many times. What's it like when you are in this waiting period now? So you finish the final event, you don't know what the leaderboard's shaking up like, and you're just waiting. What's that like?
It is honestly so uncomfortable, but also you're like, it's out of my control. There's nothing I can do at this point. It's almost the same as when you get the nerves before you start competing. It's like, I can't do anymore. The work has been done. Now I just need to demonstrate and perform. It's the same here. The work has been done. You just need to stay calm, but you're not calm. You're so stressed, especially when it's for some of those major, like getting the right card, getting on that podium, whatever it is. I'm guessing Akai is not feeling amazing right now. Same for Tudor. There's excitement and there's that being a little bit nervous. I know that Yami and Frederick, they would be constantly calculating, figuring out, Annie, this here, looking at different times, and they would know before it would get announced, but I would have a hard time 100% trusting until it is announced. So I'm guessing there's a lot of coaches back there right now with your little calculators and their phones and trying to figure out what's happening.
That's what I was going to ask next, actually, for Pip. On the flip side, how many coaches have already kind of made that calculation before the workout even began and are telling their athletes, this is what you need to look out for, especially when you're in that final heat?
Yeah, and I personally have been in that position where it is literally all or nothing, because you have to either win it to like take that sport or win that event, and you have to go in with that mentality of I am going to go down fighting for this, because if you hold back even just a little bit, someone else is going to take it from you. And look, before it is absolutely it can be the most nerve-wracking thing ever, or it can be when you are most clearest in your head because that's what you want and you're going to go after it and get it.
Personally, I've been a coach many times in a situation where, like you, Annie, I'm the one trying to calculate the numbers, and I'm not a maths guy. So it's always so hard. And I think especially in this last event, because it was so tight amongst the top 20, we had, actually some of our heat winners not being in that final heat. So when you're just trying to do the maths between, people next to each other in lanes, it's a little bit easier. But then you've got all these other athletes who are, coming in between, especially in the men's division, which is, there's so many athletes who are vying for top 10, top 5 positions. It's actually really hard. I'm sure ChatGPT can make that job a lot easier for us these days.
I have to just bring it to the event itself when we were watching, because we talked about Tudor Maida and if he's going to be able to climb up to that podium. On that workout, he gave it all. What an event win. Like you said, there was athletes are being separated by second, maybe like half a second here and there. He dropped the bar. He lost the balance in the end. He wasn't going to. He lost the balance. He manages to pick up the bar and hold on to the win. I feel like we haven't seen that happen. If you lose it, you'll lose 1 or 2 or 3 spots, but kudos to him for having that kind of lead that he actually managed to hold on to first.
Another athlete that I saw go out there and just attack it from the get-go, and we haven't spoken about her all weekend, I don't think, Sydney Wells. She attacked that workout better than most of the field. She was the same pace the whole way, and I was sitting in the crowd like in her lane, and her eyes were just dead on that finish line from start to finish, and it was amazing to see.
You could see it a little bit from the beginning, like the people that were attacking it and they were taking chances. They were like, you could see it was almost a grind from the start because they were trying to go so fast. And then you saw some and then they usually broke down towards the end. Like the form broke down, they had to start breaking it up in the end if you're so tense from the very beginning. And then you had some of the athletes that already, like Fisa Gafi told me, she was like, I'd rather just take a break, have fast reps, take a break, fast reps, take a break. And then you have someone like Sydney that just looked calm, composed the whole way through. When you watched her, you weren't nervous about her failing a rep or anything because she just had that like composure over herself. She didn't go out crazy hot, but she managed to keep the momentum all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about cycle speed being a potential differentiator. So, i.e., how fast can you move the barbell from the floor to the overhead position back to floor, but then also the cycle speed on the lunges. But actually, when you look at the best athletes, except for Tudor Maida, who I'd say is probably the only athlete who genuinely, bar a tiny almost slip up at the end, actually went unbroken throughout the entire workout. We had other athletes, just like you said with Sydney Wells, just smooth and consistent, minimizing breaks, was still able to lock in very, very fast times.
When you talk about cycle speed, I know we were watching this during the competition, but how much throughout the course of it, and it's obviously very quick, under 3 minutes for a lot of these individuals, did they have to switch from like strict, snatch press to having to muscle snatch, excuse me, and having to switch to use their hips? How often did we see that kind of switch throughout like one individual strategy?
We saw it a lot. I certainly saw it, and I saw it in all different ways depending on how that heat was playing out. So there was some athletes that started off with a short set of muscle snatch. I saw the eyes move from left to right, and they saw that their competitors had sort of started dropping the knees under the bar. So then they started to do it too, and it was interesting to see how each heat was different. There was certainly some athletes that just had eyes on the prize. They stuck to their own game plan, but there was an array of different ways that athletes were attacking those snatches.
We talked about it in the weighted double unders workout. We talked about this idea of having different options that you can use amidst the middle of a workout. And the athlete who has more tools in their toolbox could be at an advantage relative to the athlete who only has one tool. And I think something I always think about when it comes to talking about the training process, people are at home who are watching this and they're like fired up to go into the gym tomorrow and get after training. A lot of people in the mixed modal world of fitness, they kind of have this checkbox mentality. And what I mean by that is we are satisfied once we can do the movement. So for example, with the double under, we all remember what that was like, unlocking your very first double under. And we think, okay, the double under is done. Let's move on to next movement. But the truth is, there are so many levels to all of these movements. And I think to get longevity out of the training process, continuing to explore different variations of the same movement can really make this a really, really fun process and extend the longevity you can have with it, because it's not just about putting more weight on the bar, or it's not just about going faster and harder. We can learn and develop and improve our fitness just by exploring different variations of movement. And what we saw out there on this workout was that these athletes have that ability to, without even thinking about it, just seamlessly switch between different variations based upon how they're feeling, where the fatigue is, or whether or not they need to speed up or slow down a movement. So I want that to be a take-home message to people at home. It's not just about heavier, it's not just about harder. Explore, play, find different ways to do the same movement.
When you do the muscle snatch, it is more, you're using your muscles more doing that, because you need to get the bar all the way up in one motion. And when we talk about the power snatch, you're dropping slightly underneath it, catching it, so you don't have to use your muscles as much there. However, it's almost more strain, I feel, going up and down, because you're changing directions constantly. And you might think that usually the muscle snatch is going to be faster. Unless you're very efficient where you catch it, then it might not even make a difference. When I would look at this workout, I would start with the muscle snatch, like most of the athletes did, and then you make the conscious decision of changing. But another reason for maybe starting with the muscle snatch is that it is a little bit less fatiguing, I feel, on the grip, if you can get, like, you throw it up, you open your hands, and you get a little break on the top every single time. So there is so much thought behind a simple movement like light barbell up and down. There are so many things that you can think about.
So did you think it was interesting that Laura Horvath started with the power snatch right off the rip? Or did you think she was pacing herself in that moment?
I actually thought that she was pacing herself in that moment. I think most of us expected her to go a little bit faster in there. I do think that she did everything that she could in that moment. And it seemed like when she crossed the finish line, she's like, dang it. But she was like, she tried. She really did try. And that's all you can ask for when you're competing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it may have, look, I obviously cannot speak for her, but I think watching it, I think she had her strategy and she stuck to it, but the rest of the field went with a maybe better strategy, and they just got too far away from her. We know that Laura is amazing with a barbell, especially a snatch, but take all the weight off it, turns into a completely different workout. So I thought that was really interesting as well.
I think that's just another skill that the best athletes and the best competitors have. I should say the word competitors. Obviously, Laura is without a doubt one of the best competitors in our sport right now. But that ability to have a pre-decided strategy before you go on the floor, but then the ability to be flexible in the moment to make adjustments as and when needed. Obviously, it's so hard in this because it's so fast. If you have a 20-minute workout, you've got much more time to make those decisions, and you can be much more conscious of it. But it is really hard when it's just so thick and fast. And I bet, if you ask most of those athletes to talk us through the last 3 minutes, I'm sure for most of them it's just a blur. And they probably can't remember, what happened over that 3 minutes. So, but that is what you need to do in high pressure situations, is that you're making a judgment call in the moment where you're assessing how fatigued I am I right now? What more do I have to give? And where do I need to be? You're assessing all these different things at the same time to ultimately make a decision in the moment to pick it up, slow down, change technique, etc. So it's so hard.
I thought it was funny. I heard from Yannick Koski. So we all, at least I thought this would just be about the grip. I heard from Yannick Koski that this was actually more his legs. So when he crossed the finish line, he's like, damn, my legs. So they have used their legs quite a lot this weekend, and I think the first event sat in a lot of these athletes.
All right, well, it sounds like they are ready on the competition floor, so we're going to check in with the award ceremony as Joe Siashla will have the presentation of the podiums.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a no more. Connect. See, just we was just
Are you ready? Come on.
Evening, everybody, and welcome to the prize ceremony of a tour stop number 1 of season 2 here, your London Pro of the World Fitness Project. Before we start, everybody put your hands together and make some noise for our athletes. What an incredible weekend it has been. We have seen first times left, right, and center across the competition floor. And before we start to see who our champions have been, I'm going to please ask Jason Ansley, the Global Event Director of the WFP, for a few words. A round of applause.
Thanks, Joe. I promise I'm not going to sound as good as Joe, but I do want to say a couple words from the World Fitness Project team. Athletes, team athletes, if you guys will just recognize for me really quickly all of the volunteers that come here and spend the weekend to serve you, as they respect you, they admire you, please give them a round of applause. We could not do this without you. So volunteers also from the World Fitness Project team, you guys are critical to the component of who we are, and people really do matter more, so thank you very much. We're gonna turn this over here in just a second to the, get to the podium, all of the fun stuff, but athletes, World Fitness Project, thank you very much.
Start with the elite teams. Before we're going to bring out the top 3, let's give a warm applause to the number 5 and the number 4, Zeus van der Gym and Pursuit of Happiness, as they are placed for the World Fitness Finals in Copenhagen. Please give them a big hand. And now, in 3rd place, with 3 event wins and 700 points, all the way from Germany, please give it up for the Pace Programming. And in 2nd place, with 705 points, 4 top 5 event finishes, make some noise for Grit Red!
Take the leadership, I trust in you. No better place than here. It's such a rush and your eyes need me.
Yeah. And in second place with 705 points, please give it up for Pursuit of Happiness. All right, and your winners, your number one, please give it up and make some noise for Team Fleck! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your top 3 elite teams podium winners!
Two on each side because everyone's going to get one question. Team Fleck, great job this weekend, first place on the podium. Mia, I know that you compete quite often, but you also are a coach and a nutritionist. How does coaching others help shape you as a competitive athlete yourself?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I know what it feels like to be on the floor, so I have some experience I think I can use with my athletes or the people I train. Yeah.
Amazing. Eskil, you are not a stranger to competition, but you are by far the youngest of the team. What is your biggest takeaway working with an experienced team like this?
I mean, I can trust everyone. I know they're doing the best, and all I have to do is show up and do my best.
That's a great feeling. Julie, we already spoke earlier in the weekend that you took a bit of a step back from the competition floor, came back for this weekend, but I saw you never really stopped training hard. Why is it so important to you to train like that?
I mean, whether you're preparing for a competition or you're just doing regular life, I feel like training is a huge part of it, and it's also really difficult to just dial it down. So I feel like you're investing in yourself and you're investing in the years to come if you keep doing strength and conditioning. So,
definitely. Victor, you are returning from Team Fleck from the finals last year. You're back, and obviously, this is always going to be a team collaboration, but it seemed throughout the weekend that in many ways the team looked to you as somewhat of a leader. Do you find that you step into that naturally, or does it just kind of happen?
I mean, I'm not sure if it's true, but a little bit maybe. We try to be equally on the decisions and so on, but someone has to maybe take a role. I don't know if I do, but I know the commentator said I did, so maybe that's the way it is.
Well, you know what? Whatever happened, it worked. Great work this weekend, guys.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be moving over to our pro women's podium. In third position, representing Sweden, make some noise for wfptour. In second position, with 2 workout wins and 4 top 5 places from Hungary. Make some noise for Laura Horvath. And now, your 2026 London Pro Women's Champion, your crowd's favorite from the United Kingdom, Amy Grigor. And one more time, London, make some noise for your champions!
Amy, your very first tour stop win under the lights here in London. I bet evenings don't get more special than this.
No, yeah, it's just down the road, so yeah, home crowd.
Just another day in the office. Look, last season you said, consistency has given me confidence. What does winning do for that confidence?
Yeah, I just needed to, again, yeah, be consistent, and I know when I execute, I can do good things, so yeah, I just needed to do that.
You've been battling a bit of injury. You obviously had to work around your wrist most of this season. Did it feel like going back to basics brought out the best in you?
A little bit, yeah. I had to strip the weights right back and start from scratch, with an empty barbell. So, yeah, to do them overhead squats on Friday was a big win for me. And to, win the event was even a bigger win for me. So, yeah, I can do hard things.
You definitely can do hard things. Look, Where is the mindset now as we head into tour stop number 2?
Yeah, just, I guess, keep doing what I'm doing and just try to stay consistent because it seems to be working. But yeah, got a good team behind me, which is the main thing. And yeah, love competing with these girls. So yeah, just having a nice time.
I'm so glad. Any final words to the crowd here in London?
But yeah, just thank you for the support. And yeah, you've all been amazing. So yeah, thank you.
You've been amazing too. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Amy Kringle.
And now we move over to our pro men's podium. In third position, coming in hot on that final workout, make some noise for Tudor Magda from Romania. In second position, your 2025 Tour champion, represented the United States, James Sprague. And now, your tour stop 1, London Pro Men's Champion, representing the United States, Roman Krenica. London, make some noise! And I'm going to ask, please, can our women's podium also join us out here on the floor? London, give it up for your champions.
Roman, the winner of the London Pro, against a field that pushed you every step. How proud are you of your performance?
It's not a surprise for me, you know. I was ready for this competition, yeah. I'm come before like almost 1 week here, and I try to do everything like perfect for me, getting my jet lag better, and yeah, it works. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yep.
You have ticked off a lot of major goals the last 2 months. Where are you finding this consistency?
Yeah, it's honestly, my family motivated me so much, and yeah, I just love compete. I can't train without competition, you know. It's so boring if you're just training for nothing. Yeah, I love competing, and I'm very happy we have like this World Fitness Project. We have 3 tours, 3 competitions a year. It's so good, yeah.
Any final words for the crowd here in London?
Yeah, thank you so much, London. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roman. We love you too. Congratulations.
Wow, for the final time this evening, once again, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. The crowd, the volunteers, the athletes. Let's put those hands together one more time, London.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a rocket no more. Connect. See we just
Are you ready? Come on.
The world side of my I saw their eyes roll.
Welcome back into On the Pulse Live. We now know our Tour Stop 1 champions, Roman Krinikov on the men's side, Amy Kringle on the women's side. I'm Derek Forrest, left to right real quick. Annie Thorsdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. Let's start by talking about the men, and we'll look at the podium. We're going to start with Tuda Magda. He was able to, I think he was in 4th coming into this workout, able to get a solid finish there in the final heat, and he finds his way on top of the podium.
I think there's just something special about finishing on a podium. Technically, there's only one place different. Why should it matter? But, you know, saying that you're in the top 3 after an event like this with, you know, some of the best athletes in the world, he clearly wanted it. He was there or thereabouts all weekend. He was sitting just outside of that podium spot. Anil Akai was, occupying that top 3 for the entire weekend by that last workout. But it just shows he was so tight and executing almost flawlessly, I should say, doing enough to take first spot in that workout. Very cool to see him on that podium.
Like you said, maybe it doesn't matter if you're on the podium or not. I think it makes a huge difference going onto the podium. I know one spot, but you're going to be on all the pictures. You get your medal. You get your, people remember first place. Many people remember first, second, third. Unfortunately, not many people remember what comes after that. So when I competed, it's like, I want to win. I want a podium, or I don't really care what comes next.
I think also just great hearing Tudor say he had one of the worst performances he's ever had in his career, just a week ago. So to go from your worst to potentially one of your best, testament to him.
And Tudor was awesome, especially in that last workout where he held onto the bar. It almost cost him, and then he pulled it back. Really, really great awareness. But obviously we have to talk about Roman Khrennikov, because I thought he had a brilliantly executed weekend. He just looked like every single event, he just executed the way that I don't think I've really seen him do that in a while, where his pacing was on point. He knew exactly where James was and where his other competitors were. He just seemed to know what he needed to do, and he came here to do a job, and he did it.
All right. Before we go more in depth about Roman, let's talk about James Sprague, who was our season 1 champion. He looked solid throughout the weekend. He ends up in second place. He was kind of sitting there the majority through the weekend. He finishes in second. Still a solid finish for James, and something he can build on to get to another tour championship at the end of the season.
Oh, absolutely. I also think we need to recognize that Roman had a weekend off the weekend before. James came straight from California to here. Jet lag, we didn't really see James in the first workout how we usually see him. I feel like he got his momentum through on. But yeah, Roman just was on a good stride. He had a phenomenal weekend and managed to get first place. And we need to acknowledge that if you compete weekend after weekend after weekend, it will take its toll.
I think if we ask James, we're hopefully going to have this opportunity at some point, how he feels about this weekend. Obviously, it's nice to finish out on top, and he's very accustomed to finishing on top. But finishing in second place in just tour stop 1, we've still got 2 more tour stops to come. He's super consistent, and, amazing fact, he's never actually been worse than second at a tour stop event. So I don't think he's going to be unhappy with this. We're not seeing like the worst of James. At the very start of the season, I think he's going to be pretty happy with it.
All right. So this was his 4th podium as well. We've only had 4 tour stops, but let's take a look at some of the highlights, especially when we're talking about Roman and the weekend that he had to finish on top of the podium with this level of athletes. He's been towards the top before, and it pays off this weekend.
Yeah, just like Pip talked about, the execution, he was aware of where he was. He was never, I don't feel like he ever really went out crazy hot in an event, but he was just consistent. He looked around, he made sure that no one ever got too far away where he knew he stood a chance.
I do feel like this was a slightly different Roman in terms of execution of pacing. I think we're really used to, and Pip, you called this, seeing Roman take early leads and kind of hold on to those leads. Whereas a lot of his wins this weekend came from him sitting just behind James, letting James go out, and set the pace, and then him executing, in the last quarter of the workout.
All right, let's take a look at the top 10 on the men's side of things before we take a look at our challengers for the men. As we talked about, Roman Khrennikov sitting atop the leaderboard with James Sprague, Tuta Magda on the podium. Anil Akai was in podium position. Unfortunately, falls down to 4th. We've got Nate Ackerman sitting in 5th. Chandler Smith finishes 6th on the weekend. Jonah Koski 7th. Jack Farlow 8th. Ty Jenkins 9th. And Chris Ibarra is your top 10. Just outside of the top 10, when we look at our top challenger who now gets to bypass the qualifier for Indy, that ends up being Quinn Robinson, who takes 11th.
Yeah, Quinn Robinson, we've been mentioning him all weekend long. He's been right up there. He took first ranked challenger, which means no online qualifiers for him, which is going to be huge because it allows him to then come back and look at what happened over this weekend and really work on those things instead of having to take time away from that to do the online qualifiers. And I think we're going to see even better things from him. He really, really impressed me all weekend long with his execution, put him in a top heat, and we could see him on a podium very soon.
Yeah, we've got a top challenger on the women's side who found her way inside the top 10. We'll get to her in just a little bit. Let's take a look at the podium on the women's side of things, and we'll start with Emma Tall, who again had a solid weekend pretty much throughout. She ends up in that third position. What did we see from her weekend of competition? Annie, if you want to start.
Well, Emma, she maybe didn't have a crazy start or in the lead from early on, but you just know with a consistent athlete like Emma, you can never rule her out. You always need to be aware of her. It's those that come from behind that never give up, and she has that mindset, and she tackles the workout. She has been in the sport for such a long time. She knows herself well, and that makes her a dangerous athlete to compete against. So seeing her in third is not a surprise at all.
Yeah, I mean, she basically occupied that third place spot the entire weekend. And I think that must be an interesting position to be in when you can see, you know, the two ladies above you stretching out a lead, but her also stretching out her own lead from fourth place. And I think being able to consistently, like you said, Annie, just lock in top performances one after another, no surprise that she's in third.
Obviously, her second career WFP podium for her in terms of finishing in second place, just like on our men's side of things, where James Sprague, our tour champion from last year, finished in second place. Laura Horvath also does the same thing. She finishes in second place. Maybe there was a little bit of a trip up there in the final workout. We don't necessarily know for sure, but still another solid performance as she gets set for the next two tour stops.
Yeah, I personally thought that Laura looked really relaxed this weekend. She obviously, she had some amazing performances where we really saw that engine that she has, but she just seemed really relaxed. She looked like she had a plan that she was executing, and, you know, third straight WFP podium finish for Laura. It's similar situation, as you said, with James Sprague. We do expect to see her up there, and you know, whether or not this was part of a plan to start off maybe a little conservative, I thought, in a few areas, but she just seemed like she was enjoying herself all weekend.
I mean, we're almost talking about Laura finished second like it's a loss. But when we think about what happened last season, her tour stop one, she took 9th. And then she went on to take 2 consecutive first place. So a second, if we compare this to the 2025 season, kicking the season off on tour stop 1 with a first place victory relative to a 9th, I think she should be pretty happy with that.
I agree. I was just about to say, like, now she is, if we look at the overall season, it's 45 points away from Amy. So I do think that Laura always goes out to win, like I hope most of these girls do. But she's not in a bad position going into the rest of the tour stops.
Always like seeing athletes or people's mentalities, and I think we got a little bit of Amy Kringle's mentality when she was talking after being on the podium, and it was just like business as usual for her. That's how you know, like, she wants to excel past anything that anybody could ever imagine her to do. She ends up taking the tour win here. We're going to show some highlights, but talk about her weekend and why she was able to excel so well here in London.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid year last year. I have to say, like, home soil in front of her home fans. Every time she stepped onto the floor when her name was called, the crowd would go crazy. And I'm sure just having that support just gives you an extra couple of percent, knowing that, you know, your home is just around the corner. Ladies, any thoughts?
Last season, Amy was so consistent throughout. And she's showing that here too. She's not going out and winning a lot of events, but she is very high in a lot of events. And now taking first place here, we felt like maybe last season she was just starting to come up. It was the first time she was really taking podium finishes at major events. And the only workout she won this weekend was the first workout. Now she's finishing where she should be.
I was saying to Ed during the award ceremony that I don't think Amy knows how good Amy is.
Yes.
And like that's a really scary thing because she's very, very good. And when she starts realizing that, I think she's going to start to pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, an interesting fact on consistency. She has won the first workout on all tour stops, not the finals, but all tour stops. She locks in her first place on workout one, and she's done that again. So clearly she comes into these workouts, into these weekends, ready to attack. She's not one of those athletes that needs, multiple workouts to find her grooves. She is aggressive.
Yeah, what I love is obviously all season long we watch that battle between Laura Horvath and Amy Kringle. We're going to see that battle again all season long. And
Absolutely.
That's super exciting. All right, let's take a look at the women's top 10 as it ends here in London. And of course, Amy Kringle, she takes the top spot over Laura Horvath. So she finishes with 595 points. Laura Horvath in second, Emma Tall in third, Uta Ludenbaum in fourth, Andrea Solberg fifth, Vortherman Mo in sixth, Matilda Garns in seventh. We've got some Norwegians 4 through 7th there on the leaderboard. You've got Sydney Wells sitting in 8th, Jennifer Moore in 9th, and Ella Wilkinson in 10th. So as we look at the challenger, the top challenger ends up being Matilda Garnes, who ends up in 7th. So she gets to bypass the qualifier in Indy. She put together a solid weekend.
Matilda Garnes, Annie, you can take this one after I have a thought on her. So impressive. And I really saw, even though it's individual competition, you really saw the camaraderie between the Norwegian girls. And that was probably one of my favourite things all weekend, was seeing them push each other. And the fact that they then finished 4th through 7th was a testament to their teamwork and their attitudes on the floor.
I think that also tells us the power of having good people around you. It is often really difficult to train with athletes that you're competing against, because mentally that can be a huge strain if you're always competing. But they talked about their trading secrets, they're rooting for each other. Yes, they're competing against each other on the floor, but if they can rise to the level of seeing, if I make you better, you will make me better, that is a superpower. And I wonder if we're gonna see that superpower with Amy and Ella Wilkinson as well.
So as the 6 podium finishers on both the men's and the women's side took the podium, we got to see a little bit of their cash outs, if you will, on the podium and how much they're going to be taking home. But there's a bigger level to this, and there's a lot of athletes who will be taking home some cash. Pip, do you want to break down the payout system that we have?
Yeah, I would love to. This event probably pays out better than majority, I'm not going to say all, but majority of events that are out there in the fitness world. So obviously, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, your biggest payouts, but then the payouts all the way down to 30th place. So I'll speak on one side of it, and then I'm going to toss this to Annie. But I feel like for these athletes that are newer and in this area, and this is new to them, and it's hard for them to get around the world and compete, coming 30th place and still being paid out is huge. That covers flights.
Annie, as someone who competed, Pip, you competed as well, so you can take it after. How important is that for the athlete to know that you've got a guaranteed paycheck depending on where you place? Now, it's not the same for everybody here, but for the majority of the athletes here, it is.
Yeah, well, it's really important, especially for those middle, close, trying to climb to the top athletes, because a lot of these athletes, they need to be doing this full time. However, a lot of them need to be coaching classes to make ends
months for the athletes who've really dedicated themselves to the World Fitness Project. They're removing other distractions. Think about what can be achieved in that amount of time. You've got, like we've talked about, the paycheck is guaranteed. You've got your livelihood sorted for you. There's the stresses of having to do all these other online qualifiers and the competitions removed, and you can just focus on getting better. So without a doubt, the standard of competition and the level of fitness is just going to continue to go up, and Tour Stop 2 is going to be epic.
All right, I just want to say a quick congratulations to the teams who are going to go to Copenhagen. Team Fleck, the Pursuit of Happiness, Grit Red, the Pace Programming, and Zeus X Vondel Gym. They will advance to Copenhagen for the finals. But in terms of the season schedule, as you mentioned, our next stop is going to be in Indianapolis, or just outside of Indianapolis at the end of August. And then, of course, Copenhagen, the Tour finals will be in December. So it's just getting started now. We've crowned our first Tour champion at Tour stop number 1, Roman Krennikov. Amy Kringle are your 2 Tour stop 1 champions. But that is going to do it for On the Pulse Live. For Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Danny Thorsdottir, I'm Derek Forrest. Thank you, London.